I thought 6 hours today would be enough to finish my voter guide, and I guess it wasn't. That's very frustrating. So, we're going to talk about the primaries, which are coming up on March 3rd. Robert, we're going to talk about the primaries, which are coming up on March 3rd. But we're only going to talk about it. It is what it is. We're only going to talk about the federal, the nationwide level, and the statewide level. We're not going to talk about the local level yet. We're going to talk about the local level candidates on Monday. I'm almost positive. That will be the night that we do the local candidates because, as I was saying, I thought 6 hours today would be enough. I was about halfway through all the different state candidates, and I thought 6 hours today would be enough to get through all of the rest of the state level candidates and then the local candidates, and it wasn't. I am pretty close to finishing all the different local candidates. Over the last, I started on the local candidates like a couple hours ago. And because I'm trying to get through them, I was trying to get through them so quickly in order to be on time for, the stream. I was, cutting down the amount of details that I was including. And I definitely had access. This is some of the candidates on this list today, you'll see, are sparse of details. But I definitely had access to more details for the local level candidates than I was putting into the actual slides. And I was like, you know what? Let's not, shortchange people in this voter guide. We will do another voter guide on Monday night. I'm almost positive. Where we'll do the local level candidates, and that'll give me enough time to put together enough information for the local level candidates. That'll give me enough time to put together enough information on the local level candidates so that it can be an actually functional voter guide. So today we're just going to talk about the federal level and the state level. So if you didn't know what a primary is or didn't know how primaries work, before we have an election between Republican and Democratic candidates, we first select who we want to be those Republican and Democratic candidates in a process called primaries. The big election coming up in the fall is called the midterms. This month, on March 3rd, we will be electing the candidates that we want to run in the midterms, because only one Democrat and one Republican can run in the race for U.S. Senator for the state of Texas. We have to first select who we want that one Democrat and one Republican to be. So we're going to have primaries to vote between all the different Democrats and all the different Republicans. The state of Texas has open primaries. So some states have closed primaries, which means you have to go and you have to register with the Republican Party and be a registered Republican so that you can vote in Republican primaries. And if you are a registered Republican, you can't vote in Democrat primaries, and vice versa. The state of Texas has open primaries, which means you don't have to be registered for any party in order to vote in their primaries. You just have to you just are restricted to voting in only one primary. So whenever you get to the polling location, they're going to ask you, do you want to vote in the Republican or the Democrat primary? And you tell them which one, and they're going to give you the ballot for that primary. And once you've filled out that ballot and submitted it, you cannot vote for the other primary. You can't go and vote for both primaries. It doesn't matter if you normally vote for Democratic candidates or consider yourself to be a Democrat, you can vote in the Republican primary and vice versa. Oh man. I forgot my waters. You can vote in the. It doesn't matter if you normally are a Democrat. You can vote in the Republican primary because it's an open primary. Now, just last year, the Republican Party of Texas sued the Texas Secretary of State to close the Republican primaries which doesn't necessarily mean that the Democrat primaries will be closed, but if the Republicans close their primaries, certainly the Democrats will close theirs. And so we might have closed primaries in the next couple of elections, but we don't have closed primaries right now. So I made a video kind of promoting this whole election guide stream where I was like, I still don't know if I'm going to vote in the Republican or the Democratic primary. And I still really don't know. But I'm pretty sure I'm going to vote in the Republican primary because, there are way more highly contested races, or just straight, contested races at all in the Republican primary than there are in the Democratic primary. So you're getting to vote for more candidates and have more of a say in more races on your ballot, which is a positive thing. It means that just numerically, your vote is having more of an impact on the way that your community is governed. So that's a positive. It's also nice because open primaries do a good job. And see, open primaries are frustrating because the primary process in and of itself is a highly undemocratic process. If we really wanted to, if we really wanted to increase the level of democratic representation that happens in our voting system, we would have more like a parliamentary system, with multiple parties, not just two parties, and we would let as many people run for positions as we want to, regardless of how many parties we have. Right now, we restrict it to where only one person per party can run in each election, unless they're running as an independent. And so the primary process works to restrict the amount of it serves to give the establishment of a party more control over the candidates that actually become the candidates for that party. So the primaries have been the way that the Democrats have worked to really restrict their left flank, and stop left-wing candidates from running as Democrats, the way that the Democrat primaries have stopped candidates like Bernie Sanders from becoming a presidential candidate. The Democrats have multiple times now, used their primaries to manipulate the candidates that people select, where if you just could run like Bernie Sanders and other candidates, if you could just run Bernie Sanders alongside all the other candidates, then you would have a much more democratic process. The frustration there is parties provide organization and economic infrastructure to support candidates. And so it's really difficult to get the ball rolling as an independent candidate a lot of the time. So parties work to restrict and give the establishment of a party more control over who ultimately ends up being allowed to be their candidates, which are really frustrating. It's a really frustrating process. But that's the process that we have. So we're gonna go and vote in primaries and select candidates for we're gonna go just to our primaries in March and select candidates for each of our parties to run for all of these positions in the fall. Like I said, you're going to go into the polling location and say, I want to vote in the Democratic primary or the Republican primary. They're going to give you a ballot. This is what your ballot is going to look like whenever you go into that polling location. This is the Democratic primary ballot, and this is the Republican primary ballot. It won't look like this technically. What they're going to do is you walk into the location, they're going to give you a blank piece of paper. They're going to give you an option between 3 different blank pieces of paper, and you select which of those 3 you want. It's supposed to hey, ahoy. It's supposed to increase, security from keeping voter fraud from happening, which it doesn't really do, but whatever. They're going to give you a choice between 3 different blank pieces of paper. You pick the one that you want. and they say, do you want to, what do you want? Can I help you? You cannot select multiple primaries to vote on. You can only vote in one primary, either the Democratic primary or the Republican primary. You get a choice of 3, therefore there is no fraud. I don't know why blame Texas lawmakers. I don't know where I'm going to church tomorrow yet. Can I help you with something that is important enough for you to interrupt all of this? Anyways, now I lost my whole train of thought. You're getting your piece of paper. All of this, 2 viewers. I am in the process of explaining things to people and will post these later to other people. What do you want? Forget this.
Nathan just got mad at me because he said I'm ruining your spirits.
What do you want?
I was just see if you want to go to the movie with us.
Oh, that's fun. Unfortunately, I'm a little busy at the moment.
Well, it's not till 10.
I'm gonna be busy at 10.
Oh my God, 3 hours.
There's a lot of information to cover.
Okay, I guess I won't use your ticket.
Okay.
You're right.
Lord. Anyways, I'm gonna step back and start over. You're gonna go into the polling location. They're gonna give you a choice of 3 different blank pieces of paper. You're gonna tell them if you're voting in the Democratic or the Republican primary. You take your piece of paper and you're gonna put it into a voting machine. The voting machine is going to be a screen that you're going to be able to select all of these different people on here. It's going to pull up, United States Senator, and you tap the bubble for the candidate that you want. You do that for all the different things, and then you hit OK, and you submit your results. Very importantly, you have not submitted your results whenever you vote once you've selected all the bubbles yet. You have to wait for the machine to spit your piece of paper back out. What it's going to do is it's going to print all of your choices on the piece of paper so that there is a physical record of what your vote was. Then you're going to take that physical paper over to a vote counting machine near the exit, and you give it to a person there, or you just insert it into the machine yourself, and then your votes will have been submitted and will be counted. If you just put the piece of paper in the first machine and select all the things and hit OK, you have not completed the process and your votes will not be counted. You have to make sure that you take the piece of paper and go to the second machine, put the piece of paper in the second machine. You cannot vote in multiple primaries. You can only vote in one. So you have to pick. And that's what I was saying is there are 42 different races and 91 different candidates. We are not going to talk about all of them tonight. I'll explain that a little bit later. But there are 5 different contested races. Oh man, now look, I'm not going to be able to remember this exactly. I don't know if it's 5. Give me 1 second. There are, 5 different contested races for the Democratic primary and 10 different contested races for the Republican primary. So your choice, your votes are just going to have, more impact in the Republican primary versus the Democratic primary, which is why I say I am going to vote in the Republican primary, which means I won't get the opportunity to vote for Jasmine Crockett or James Talarico, if that's something that I really want to do. However, in voting for Jasmine, like if I really want to vote for Jasmine Crockett and James Talarico, I can vote in the Democratic primary, but that doesn't present me with the option to play the moderating role in the Republican primaries that I think that you should be able to play. Technically, that process is called party rating, and there is no strong evidence that doing party rating in an organized fashion has ever significantly changed the results of an election. But if you are a left-leaning voter in the state of Texas, you just aren't gonna you don't have a whole lot of options to find a legitimate voice for your political desires. So I think the best way that you can use your vote, I do think it's really significant to vote in the primary, especially for between James Talarico and Jasmine Crockett. That primaries are going to be very close. Polling is showing that it's closer and closer all the time. And so your vote is going to be really important in that race. However, your vote's going to be really important in a lot of Republican races as well. And I think that there are going to be more races that your vote's going to be important in for Republicans than for Democrats. But it just totally depends on you. But like I said, once you log into voting for the Democratic Party primary, you cannot vote for the Republican primary and vice versa. This is what the Democrat ballot looks like. You can see on here, like I said, that many of these many of these races, like state senator, isn't contested. State senator isn't contested. Commissioner of Agriculture isn't contested. So all of the ones that are not contested, we're not going to talk about tonight. Because these people are just going to automatically go and be their candidates, their party's candidates in the fall. Clayton Tucker for Commissioner of Agriculture will be on your ballot in the fall. If James Talarico wins United States Senator in his primary, Jasmine Crockett will not be on your ballot in the fall. That's what we're doing here in the primaries is we're cutting out all the other candidates and selecting just one to go on the ballot for the Democratic Party in the fall and just one to go on the ballot for the Republican Party in the fall. So we're not going to talk about every single candidate in every single race. I usually want to talk about all of them, but like I said, there are 42 races on the ballots and 91 different candidates. So we just don't physically have the time to talk about all of them. Early voting starts on February 17th. The deadline to register to vote. Ham Solo subscribed. Thanks, buddy. Only voting in one primary might feel vestigial, but at least it beats Canada's system of paying for party membership. Yeah, that's crazy. Early voting starts February 17th and will go through February 27th. The deadline to register to vote is on February 2nd. That's this Monday. So you need to make sure, if you do not think that you're registered to vote, you need to make sure you go and do that before Monday as quickly as possible, preferably. The easiest way to go in and check to see if you're registered to vote is to go to the Texas Secretary of State's website. I'm going to drop this link in the chat here. That is the link to go and check if you are registered to vote. You can also register to vote here at this link as well, if you find that you happen to not be. I have a Hispanic sounding last name, and the state of Texas loves removing people from registered voters from the list of registered voters, especially people with Hispanic sounding last names, because they are like, oh, there's illegal immigrants or, voting in our elections, which they're not. Not at any kind of rate to one. It's incredibly difficult for them to do so, and they're not voting in elections in any kind of rate that is going to actually affect the outcome of an election. But Texas is always worried about that because they're silly. And so because I have a Hispanic sounding last name, I always go and double check that I'm registered to vote every time. And so if you are worried about that too, you should go and make sure that you are registered to vote. If you are not, you can go to that link there and both check to see if you're registered to vote and register to vote. The deadline, again, to register to vote is February 2nd. You want to make sure that you do that. Early voting will then start on February 17th. From February 17th to February 20th, you can go and vote between 8 and 5. On February 21st, you can go vote between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. February 22nd, you can go vote 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. And then February 23rd through February 27th, that's the week before the March 3rd election, you can vote 12 hours a day, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. These are all the different locations that you can go and vote at. I feel like Rogers Park is the most attended voting location. Ink not. Hey, buddy, how's it going? Long time no see. I feel like Rogers Park is the most attended voting location. So if you're worried about having to wait in a really long line, I would go anywhere else besides Rogers Park. Although I don't anticipate there being huge lines for these primaries. There was a really big line last primary that we had in 2024 because that was a really strongly, especially for our area, our local state house representative, Dade Phelan, was being challenged very strongly by this very MAGA candidate called named David Covey. And so that was a really popular, really like nationally relevant race. And so everybody was going out and voting in the primaries in 2024. I anticipate attendance is going to be a lot lower this year. But even in 2024, I got through the line in about 20 minutes. So it did not take a very long time at all. And especially if you go in on an early voting day, you're not going to have an issue. But if you're worried about a line, I would go anywhere else besides Rogers Park. Rogers Park is usually the only location that has any kind of line. I don't think it's available for early voting, but where's the Elmo library? Elmo something. Can't remember. There is a library by Sojourn, and I oftentimes will go vote at that library, like on the way to Sojourn on a Wednesday night. So that makes it real simple and easy. The courtroom is also a really nice and easy voting location. The courthouse downtown. So deadline to register to vote is February 2nd. Early voting is from February 17th through February 27th. And then election day is on Tuesday, March 3rd. These are all of the different locations that you can go and vote on election day. There's way more locations to be able to go and vote on election day than during early voting. And like I said, I would give yourself some time. Polls are going to be open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. I would not wait to go and vote at 7 p.m. Going good. Turned 18 in October, so I'm tuning in. Yo, let's go. Inknight, you need to make sure that you're registered to vote. If you haven't made sure, there's a link in the chat. I'll send it again in the chat. And you can both make sure that you're registered to vote and register to vote at that link before February 2nd. That's the deadline. That's this Monday. The courthouse during EV only is where you can vote for state and national level things in Jefferson County, even if you don't live in Jefferson County. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. There are state level races on your ballot this year. There are national level races on your ballot, and there are local level races. For all those local ones, we're going to talk about some candidates during the local election guide that you might not see on your ballot because you only the location that you're registered to vote for, you only get candidates for that location. So like if you're in their district, you'll get them to vote for them. But if you're not in their district, you don't get them on your ballot. Election day is March 3rd. The polls will be open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. I would not wait until 7 p.m. to go in and vote because sometimes there's a line. And if you're waiting in line at 7 p.m., they can close the doors on you. Sometimes they're nice and they let the line finish up before they end up closing the doors, but that doesn't happen all the time. I wouldn't rely on that. So if you're going to vote on election day, you want to make sure that you are there by no later than 6 p.m. And, sometimes it's busy, so I would go even sooner than that. You need to have ID whenever you go and vote. These are all of the different acceptable forms of ID. If you have any questions that you feel like I haven't addressed, the Texas Tribune has a really incredible, highly detailed voter guide that you can go and read all of their stuff. And this comes from their voter guide. You can bring your driver's license or like your passport. All of that will function. You need a photo ID though. All of that will function as a legitimate. Oh no, I'm late. You're good. Don't worry about it. All of that will function as a legitimate ID to be able to go and vote, you do need to bring ID with you. And we're going to be talking about a lot of candidates, and there are, like I said, 91 different candidates on our ballots this year. You're probably not going to remember all of those. You do not want to take notes on who you want to vote for in your phone, because you cannot be on your phone in a polling location. You have to put your phone in your pocket. You're not allowed to be on it once you are inside the actual room where the voting happens. So if you need any kind of notes to remember what candidates you want to vote for, you want to make sure to jot that down on a piece of paper and take that piece of paper with you. It's crazy how, like, it's very subtle, but it is a legitimate form of voter suppression, because if somebody doesn't realize that they're not allowed to be on their phone and they took notes on their phone and they're at the polling location on voter day, on election day, and they need their phone and somebody's like, oh, you can't be on your phone in here, then they go home and they don't vote that day. So whenever there is less attendance, Republicans usually have more of an advantage in elections. And so Republicans are really big on suppressing the amount of people who get to go out and actually vote, which is why the state of Texas passed a law that you can't be on your phone inside polling locations. It's pretty ridiculous, but it is the law. So don't take notes on your phone. Take notes on a piece of paper if you feel like you're going to need to take notes. Before we actually move on to candidates, any questions about the actual process of going and voting? And while I wait for you to type questions, why is this being done? There we go. While I wait for you to type questions, I'm going to go grab my waters. I'll be right back. What, you a baby? You have no object permanence. The second I left the frame, you just deleted all of it. Okay. So here we go. We're actually talking about candidates now. Like I said, we are voting on nationwide races. It's crazy that just walking up and down the stairs like that, I'm a little out of breath. I don't know how to, I've been trying to work out more. I guess I need to do more cardio, but I do Stairmaster every time. I do Stairmaster every time I go to the gym, and I don't know how else to stop being a little out of breath every time I walk up and down the stairs. It's really annoying. Anyways, we're going to actually start talking about candidates. I put James Talarico and Ken Paxton on the cover of the guide because I think that's going to be who our choices are for Senate, and that is probably the biggest, most important race in the entire ballot. So we're going to spend the most amount of time talking about all of the different candidates that are running for U.S. Senate. Like I said, there are 42 different races and 91 different candidates. We're not going to talk about all of them because the bar to actually get on the ballot for one of these primaries, for one of these parties' primary is relatively low. And so you get a whole lot of people who are like, I'm going to run for senator. And they are just never going to, actually get enough votes to be able to win that race. They don't have the resources to be able to campaign effectively enough to win that race. And so what I've done is, you'll see here, these are the ones for U.S. Senator. The ones where their pictures are next to them are candidates who are spending money enough to be competitive in this race. And all these names down here, all these names down here at the bottom are all of the people who are spending orders of magnitude less than all of these candidates to be competitive in this race. So we're not going to talk about any of those candidates. And that's very frustrating for me because just because they're spending less money does not necessarily mean that they're not good candidates or that you shouldn't vote for them. But I had to figure out a way to whittle down the amount of candidates that we're going to be talking about today because I just couldn't do the level of research And nobody wants to sit here and listen to me talk about all of these people who are just never going to have a chance of winning. So we're only going to be talking about what I call competitive candidates, which means that they are, according to their FEC and TEC filings, they are spending an amount of money to be competitive with one another. The candidates, Robbie, I have never even heard Ahmed Hassan's name. Yeah, Ahmed Hassan, if you are a big, and that's what's so frustrating about this. I still would, I mean, like, I think it would be a useful use of your time to go and look these candidates up and talk about them. Some of them are really cool. They're one of the candidates for, school district, which is why I'm going to end up putting her on the ballot anyways, even though she has no TEC filings whatsoever. She is either spending no money on her campaign or has not filed any of her campaign finances with the TEC, and the deadline for that was like weeks ago. So I don't know what's going on with her. And there are several different candidates that are like that just have not filed any campaign finance reports. But there is a candidate for school board, not school board, Hale. There is a candidate for, oh, I forgot to talk about it too. Where is she? State Board of Education. Her name is Tiffany Perkins. And she's come up on like, she's like making TikToks about like her campaign. It's interesting how everyone is a criminal now running government. We're going to talk about some of these insane candidates. It's a little crazy. But that's what's really fascinating. I haven't got to that point yet. We're going to talk about that in a minute. Her name is Tiffany Perkins. She is running. I just looked at Hassan's website, and it's kind of sweet how low quality the website is. Sad. I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, these people are tenacious, and they care about their communities, and they want to be good and do good things for their community. They're just never going to win. Tiffany Perkins is running for a State Board of Education, and I get her TikToks all the time. Like, she's making TikToks about like, well, this is why I'm running, and these are my priorities. And she seems super nice and sweet. Like, she seems cool. And she just hasn't filed anything with the TEC. And so some of these candidates are cool candidates, are not like bad candidates, are gonna like automatically lose their elections. But I had to figure out a way to whittle it down. So in the future, for general elections, I will always talk about every single candidate. Primaries are the only ones where we're not going to talk about every single candidate. So I'm choosing to vote in the Republican primary because I want to play a moderating influence on the Republican Party, and I want to cast my vote for some of the less insane Republicans. It's really fascinating. I haven't done a voter guide for a primary yet. This is the first time I've ever done a voter guide for a primary. And usually what I'm doing is I'm looking up, like, this is the Republican candidate and this is the Democratic candidate, and these are their policy priorities. These are their stances on important issues. And so they're always, very diverse. Looking at Republicans' issues, they're all the same. They just copy and paste exactly the same issues because, like, Republican voters don't care about actual policies. And and so it's just so funny that, like, you're going to see repeats on all of these slides for these candidates, especially for the Republicans, that are just copy and paste. Like, I support President Trump. I support building the wall. I support, keeping trans kids out of sports. And I support, Second Amendment. It's like, okay, anyways, it's fascinating that Republicans don't have policies. They have the same like issues that the National Republican Party has made like talking points that they can run on, but they have no way to differentiate themselves from one another. except for their personalities, which is the whole reason why Republicans vote for certain Republicans, I guess. I don't know. It's interesting. So there is almost no way to make a informed choice between these candidates based off of their political stances. For the Republicans, and that's the primary that I'm paying attention to. So whenever you go and you pull up your ballot, if you chose the Democratic ballot or the Republican ballot, the first one on it is going to be United States Senator, right here. You got 3 different candidates running for United States Senator for the Democratic Party: Ahmed Hassan, James Talarico, and Jasmine Crockett. You have a bunch of different people running for the Republican primary, because no Democrat has held a statewide seat. No Democrat has held a statewide seat in the Texas government since the 90s, in over 30 years. So none of these Democrats are going to win. James Talarico and Jasmine Crockett are, going to compete fiercely with one another to win the Democratic primary. Neither one of them are going to win the Republican, the actual vote in the midterms. I'm almost positive the new senator for Texas replacing John Cornyn will be Ken Paxton. But that's we'll see what happens. But there are a lot more candidates running on the Republican ticket, because Republican primaries are a lot more competitive, because one of them will actually be the senator. The Democrat is almost certainly not going to win this election, because, like I said, a Democrat hasn't won a statewide seat in Texas government in over 30 years. So there are a whole bunch of different Republicans on the Republican primary for United States Senator. You got John Cornyn, Wesley Hunt, John Adefope. I don't know. Gulrez Gus Khan, Anna Bender, Sarah Kennedy, Ken Paxton, and Virgil John Birchwell. That. So your United States Senator plays a really important role. He's going to go to Washington, D.C. and serve in the United States Senate. If you weren't aware, our Congress is a bicameral Congress. It has a Senate and a House of Representatives. Every state has 2 senators. One of our senators is Ted Cruz. The other senator is John Cornyn. His term is up. Senators run in 6-year terms. Representatives for the House of Representatives run in, we say bicameral. That's why I said bicameral. Bicameral? How? I don't understand how you're saying that you pronounce it, but it's pronounced bicameral, right? Am I an idiot? Anyways, United States House has 4-year terms. John Cornyn's term is up, and he's running for re-election for Texas Senate to be one of our 2 Texas senators. But that election is being fiercely he's being fiercely competed against for that seat. U.S. senators, along with the U.S. representatives in the House of Representatives, are responsible for passing federal laws and an annual budget to fund the military and federal agencies. Senators also approve or reject treaties, important role, heads of federal departments, and federal judges, which is a really important job that senators do, which have become increasingly important in deciding policy debates. The Republican Party has systematically been working to seize control of the judicial branch of our government. And the judicial branch of our government is the primary branch that's putting up a lot of opposition to, like, some of the insane things that Donald Trump is trying to do with our country right now. And so the Senate approving or not approving certain candidates to be federal judges is a really important role that they play. And whoever our next senator becomes will represent Texas when choosing federal judges. So lots of different people are running for U.S. senator, but the most competitive people that are running for U.S. senator, people who are spending competitively, and we're talking about people who are spending, millions of dollars in this race, are James Talarico and Jasmine Crockett for the Democrats, and John Cornyn, Wesley Hunt, and Ken Paxton for the Republicans. We're going to talk about all 5 of these competitive candidates. But we're going to talk about the Democratic candidates first because D comes before R. So your Democratic candidates for U.S. Senator are James Talarico and Jasmine Crockett and Ahmed Hassan. James Talarico taught English at Rhodes Middle School in San Antonio for 2 years before becoming the executive director of Reasoning Mind in 2014. Reasoning Mind is a nonprofit organization that helps underfunded and low-income schools. It helps them acquire technology for education. So that's cool. He was elected as representative for the 52nd District of the Texas House of Representatives in the North Austin area in 2018. He held that seat until he was elected as the representative for the neighboring 50th District in 2021. He holds that position to this day. Just like the United States government, just like the Congress at the national level is bicameral, which means it has a House of Representatives and a Senate. So too do most states, if not all states. Not totally sure about that. So too do most states have 2 chambers, a House of Representatives and a Senate. Texas has a House of Representatives and a Senate at the state level, and they perform functions similar to their respective counterparts at the national level, but they perform their functions solely on the state level. James Talarico is the only candidate running for Senate that has not held a nationwide position. He's only held a position at the state level in the Texas House of Representatives. While he was in the Texas State House of Representatives, he passed 16 bills. Bills including bills to cap pre-K sizes, which is a really important thing for making sure that kids get a higher quality education. Bills to provide a path for minors in the criminal justice system to earn high school diplomas, which is great. Having an actual diploma just dramatically increases your chance of being a successfully contributing member of society. And bills to require Narcan to be maintained on public and private school campuses, which just legitimately saves lives. You can, argue all you want about kids shouldn't be doing drugs and kids shouldn't be doing drugs, but kids do drugs. And sometimes those drugs are laced with bad things like fentanyl. And Narcan is a life-saving drug that will counteract the effects of a drug overdose. So having Narcan in schools, making that readily accessible in case a student should go into an episode on campus, just legitimately saves lives in schools in Texas. Great policy. You can probably detect a theme here. James Talarico, coming from an educator background, heavily has focused on passing bills that help improve the quality of education in the state of Texas. James Talarico has also authored bills that didn't pass, but he has authored them, so it demonstrates, what his priorities have been. He's also authored bills to expand mental health services in schools. Of course, the state of Texas didn't want to pass that one. To scale up suicide prevention programs in K through 12 schools, and for increases in financial literacy, civics, and sex education curriculums, which is great. Like I said, has made education one of his primary priorities. On his campaign website, he is the only candidate in this entire election that has a well-made, well-thought-through, highly detailed issues page on his website, where he takes specific stances on specific policies so that you understand how he will govern whenever he's in office. No other candidate. Most of these candidates have an issues page. Some of them don't. Most of these candidates have an issues page, but literally like the issues pages on all of the Republican candidates is like, for each issue, they give you like 2 sentences that give you kind of an idea of how they're thinking on that issue. Issues. I like good things. Bad things are bad. Yes. The 2 sentences to give you kind of like an idea of what that candidate thinks about an issue, but nothing that gives you very concrete ideas about how they're going to govern in office, primarily so that you can't hold that against them whenever they're actually in office. James Talarico has a highly detailed, great issues page, and boiling it down to just these few couple of points is doing a disservice to all of the things that James Talarico has strong opinions about in government. So I highly would recommend that you go and look at James Talarico's issues page. I pulled issues off of all of these issues pages pertaining to the economy, immigration, and healthcare. Polling has shown that in the last year, those are the top priorities at the national level for people who are going out to vote. The top things that they're concerned about are the economy, immigration, and healthcare costs. So while James Talarico and all of these candidates have many issues that go outside of that range, I prioritized pulling bullet points off of their issues pages that pertained to those issues. I've also included details on how they stand on the issues of Israel, and for a couple of these, I've included issues. I've included details on how they stand on issues relating to Jeffrey Epstein. Voters, in my opinion, voters are using the issue of Israel and the issue of Epstein as a litmus test to decide if you are going to be a candidate that actually has integrity, that's actually honest, that is actually going to fight for, issues that I care about. If you are sending billions of dollars to Israel, how can you say that you care about issues here whenever we're taking billions of our tax dollars and sending them overseas to allow a foreign nation to continue perpetuating a horrific genocide, killing hundreds of thousands of people? Nobody wants that. All of our elected officials apparently want that. And so voters are oftentimes using the issues of Israel and Epstein to say, oh, did you vote to send money to Israel? Then I'm not going to vote for you because if I can't trust you on Israel, I can't trust you on all the other things. So for where those issues are relevant, I have included details about those issues as well as details about issues on the economy, immigration, and healthcare. So from James Talarico's issues page on his website concerning the economy, he is for raising taxes on billionaires. Hey, he's got my vote, even though I won't be voting in his primary. He is for raising taxes on billionaires. He is for raising taxes on stock buybacks. If you don't know what stock buybacks are, they're insane, where corporations will take portions of their revenue, like their budget, and will spend that on buying their own stocks. So it looks like lots of people are buying their stock and increasing the price and making them look like a more successful company if you're just looking at how their stock is performing on the stock market. And corporations spend millions and billions of dollars on just buying their own stocks to artificially increase the price of their stock to make themselves look like a good company. And that's bad and dishonest and not a great way for you to be spending your finances. And so James Talarico raising taxes on the process of buying your own stocks certainly would create a barrier to disincentivize corporations from doing that more in the future. So great policy. He is for raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. It's not enough, but hey, that's great. No other candidate is talking about raising the minimum wage. He is for expanding the child and earned income tax credits. So is for cutting taxes on working class people while raising taxes on billionaires. Fantastic. Incredible policies on the issue of the economy. On the issue of immigration, he is for comprehensive immigration reform to make immigration easier. That's great. Most Democratic candidates say that they are for that and don't actually really ever do anything. But he is for making the process of immigration simpler. He is also for pathways to citizenship for undocumented migrants in the country right now, which is great. Whenever people are polled, the majority of people support mass deportation. However, whenever given the choice between mass deportation and mass amnesty, which is just giving citizenship to undocumented people in our country, people are more for mass amnesty than they are for mass deportation. Because, as we've seen in our country, mass deportation looks like ICE storming your homes and ripping your children out of your beds and putting them in concentration camps to send them to foreign nations that they've never been to before. Mass deportation is horrific, and whenever people actually stop and think through what the process of mass deportation is going to be like, they're usually against it. And so given the option between mass deportation and mass amnesty, the majority of people are for mass amnesty, which that's not necessarily what James Talarico is advocating for. He's not advocating for giving citizenship to all undocumented people in our country right now, but he is for increasing pathways to citizenship for undocumented people in our country. So that's great. He is for banning ICE agents from wearing masks. That's good. That's a good step. He does not say that he's for abolishing ICE on his website, which is crazy. Like, ICE is not a agency that we need or even really performs the role that we set it out to perform. There is no way to reform ICE to make it less horrible. And so usually reforms for ICE just means giving more money to ICE. And that's bad. We should abolish ICE, and abolish ICE is a demonstrably popular opinion in our country right now, especially given what's happening in Minneapolis. And so if James Talarico really wanted to win his race, he would be out talking about how he really wants to abolish ICE. And James Talarico is for increasing technologies to better detect drugs at ports of entry at the border, which is great. 90% of all of the drugs that come across the southern border into the United States are smuggled across the border by U.S. citizens through ports of entry. Increasing enforcement in the middle of the desert where, little abuelas are trying to sneak past so that they can make it into our country does nothing to actually stem the problem of drugs coming across the southern border into our country. If we fixed a lot of our drug problems here in America, there would be no demand for drugs to come across the southern border into our country. But 90% of the drugs that do come across the southern border into our country come through legal ports of entry. And so the primary way to stop them from coming into our country is to increase enforcement at ports of entry and to increase technologies to better detect those drugs in vehicles. So excellent. Good immigration policies, in my opinion, from James Talarico. Not going far enough on the issue of ICE, but good policies. On the issue of healthcare, James Talarico is for Medicare for all. I didn't know that until I went to his website and looked that up. Why James Talarico? James Talarico was on freaking the New York Times. He was on Ezra Klein's freaking podcast. Why is James Talarico not screaming from the rooftops that he's for Medicare for all? I don't understand why, like I said, abolishing ICE and Medicare for all are objectively popular policies in America right now. James Talarico would be smoking Jasmine Crockett in this race if he just would say, I'm for Medicare for all the time at every event that he goes to. I don't know why he's not talking about that. He says that he's for Medicare for all on his campaign website. Great policy. That sounds awesome. Now, the amount of power that any of these individual U.S. senators, all of, James Talarico, if he becomes the senator, which he won't, but if he does, he will be one senator amongst 100 other senators, 99 other senators, and will have very little actual ability to advance the cause of Medicare for all in the Senate. He probably has very little will to advance that cause, since he's not talking about how for Medicare for all he is. But he would have very little power to advance that cause in the Senate, and it is what it is. But just the fact that he is willing to come out and say that he is for this position and will be willing to support any momentum in that direction while he's in the Senate is huge. That, like, the way that we actually get Medicare for all is by supporting candidates who are pro Medicare for all, so that we can put pressure on our senators to actually institute these policies that are going to be better for all Americans. James Talarico is for Medicare for all. He's for caps on out-of-pocket drug costs, which is great. And he is for protecting and improving the Affordable Care Act. He specifically says that one of his priorities is to reinstate the subsidies that the Trump administration just cut from the Affordable Care Act that is causing millions of people's health care to go up by hundreds of dollars a month. Millions of people's health insurance payments to go up by millions of dollars, by hundreds of dollars a month. So James Talarico is for making the ACA better, which the ACA is not great, but it is more than nothing, and improving it would help people. But focus more on that Medicare for all point. If anybody has questions about any of these policies, just throw those questions in the chat, because we have time to talk about. I guess we don't have time, but we can talk about issues if you would like to talk about issues or get more information on those issues. James Talarico did take, has been highly publicized now, on the issue of Israel. James Talarico did take $59,000 from Israeli billionaire Miriam Adelson in 2024, which is not great. It wasn't specifically for, you can see later that on this point that he hasn't taken any money from Israeli lobbying groups like AIPAC. Even though Miriam Adelson runs several Israeli lobbying groups and gives money to candidates who will support Israel, the money that he took from her was not from like an Israeli lobbying group, and was not specifically for the issue of advocating for, the interests of the state of Israel in our country. It was for Miriam Adelson is a billionaire and made her billions of dollars by running casinos. And so she's likes for people to be pro gambling. And Miriam Adelson gave James Talarico $59,000 specifically for the issue of gambling. She wants to make gambling legal in Texas, and James Talarico is for making gambling legal in Texas. So, yay. I don't know why he's for that, because gambling in Texas seems bad, especially how awful all these, betting apps are now. But James Talarico is like, gambling will bring in revenue into the state of Texas, I guess. Sure. So it was for gambling and not Israel, but it's Miriam Adelson. He has not taken money from Israeli lobbying groups like AIPAC. He has not called the genocide a genocide. Even on the issue of Israel on his website, he does not specify. And see, this is why people don't put bullet points on their website, because bullet points for issues on their website, because you can tell pretty quickly if this candidate supports or doesn't support something that you care about. He does not call the genocide that's happening in Gaza right now a genocide, which is bad. And he has not ruled out and did not rule out on his website sending weapons and money to Israel, which is bad. So he specifically on his website says that he's against sending offensive weapons to Israel. But that's a very common Democrat position to take, is we only send defensive weapons to Israel, which what the difference is between a missile that flies up to intercept a missile and a missile that is launched into, a refugee camp in Gaza. What the difference between those two things is, I don't know. But apparently they're so dramatically different that Democrats are fine with sending those kind of weapons to Israel. However, even beyond that point, sending defensive weapons to Israel and continuing to make the Iron Dome capable of intercepting missiles does protect Israel from actual military pressure being put upon them by their neighbors in the region. Sending them defensive weapons does protect them from that pressure from their neighbors, and pressure from their neighbors is the main thing that actually makes Israel stop doing the genocide things that they're doing. So if Israel didn't have an Iron Dome to perfectly protect themselves from military attacks from their neighbors, they probably would be a lot less crazy than they're being right now. And so sending them defensive weapons perpetuates the genocide that Israel is committing, the hundreds of thousands of people that Israel has and is killing in Gaza right now. And so James Talarico, intimates that he would send them defensive weapons, but not offensive weapons. But that's still bad. We don't want to send any weapons or money to Israel. And James Talarico has not ruled that out. So on the issue of Israel, he's not great. On the issue of ICE, he's not great. But on everything else, I like him. I think that he is a genuinely more progressive candidate than Jasmine Crockett is, who we will talk about next. Jasmine Crockett is also running for U.S. Senator. She was a public defender in Bowie County, north of Longview, before starting her own law firm. Jasmine's photo makes it look like she has an elf ear. It does kind of. That's interesting. Public defenders are awesome. I love the fact that she was a public defender, but she specifically comes from like a legal background. She was a lawyer. She was elected as representative for the 100th district of the Texas House of Representatives in Dallas in 2020. So, was in the Texas State House of Representatives. And then just 1 year later, she was elected as representative for the 30th district of the U.S. House of Representatives in 2021, the position that she holds to this day. So then the national level, she went from the state level to the national level in just a year. And has made quite a name for herself in the House, not for any of the bills that we're about to talk about, but for other reasons. During her time in the House, since 2021, she has sponsored 41 bills, though none have been passed into law. This legislation includes banning ICE agents from wearing masks. Talarico says that he is for doing that. Jasmine Crockett has actually written and put forward legislation to ban ICE agents from wearing masks. Of course, that didn't go very far in the very Republican House of Representatives. She has also sponsored legislation to increase access to fentanyl test strips, so that's cool. She's passed legislation to prohibit paying paying elected officials settlements for costs associated with being investigated by the DOJ. If you're not aware, Donald Trump is suing the Department of Justice for $3 million? I can't remember. One of those. Millions of dollars. Donald Trump is suing the Department of Justice for millions of dollars for investigating all of the crimes that he committed. And now Donald Trump is in control of the Department of Justice, so they'll just pay him that settlement, probably. And so whenever he, I think he filed the lawsuit against the Department of Justice before he became president, but has not stopped the lawsuit from going forward now that he is president. And whenever that became a news item, Jasmine Crockett put forward a bill to stop elected officials from receiving settlement costs from the DOJ. That did not pass, though. So, oh well. She has also voted for legislation, and this is what's so frustrating about Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett, her entire website, campaign website, is about nothing. It talks about like her personal history and her career history and how she's tough and she's a fighter and she's been going to war with people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, but it doesn't talk about any of her actual legislative achievements. That like she has voted for bills that didn't pass, but has voted for bills to protect and fund reproductive health care. Doesn't talk at all about her advocacy for reproductive health care, but has definitely been a person who has been very pro-choice and has fought for legislation to be pro-choice in the Texas House. And if that is an issue, has fought for, co-sponsored, and voted for multiple bills to increase access to reproductive health care in our country. And for that to be that big of an issue for her, and for her to not talk about it on her campaign website at all, is very frustrating and crazy. And like I said, Jasmine Crockett it only talks about the way that, the aesthetics of how she's a fighter, and never actually talks about any policies, because she has no issues page on her website. We're going to talk about that in just a second. I had to go and scan through the legislative record of all of her different votes that she's made and find some bills that she had voted for to vibes greater than policies. Yeah. Find some bills that she's actually voted for in order to put something on this bullet point to be like, look at the things that she's accomplished. She doesn't talk about any of the things that she's accomplished. She also has voted for multiple bills to send a cumulative $17.6 billion to Israel, and has not ruled out sending more money to Israel in the future. So that's cool. On the issue of Israel, she's not great. I would love to talk about her stances on the economy and immigration and healthcare, but I can't, because she has listed no issues on her campaign website. I mean, look, let's pull this up real quick. It's very frustrating. Jasmine Crockett. Any old day now. Yeah. So she talks about why she's running, for too long, Texas has elected senators who defended politics as usual and protected the status quo while Texans pay the price. Okay? Fighting for affordability is her. Oh, hey, whoa. Nope. This is new. They just put this on their website. Fighting for affordability. There's some issues in here. I'm glad I pulled this up. This is the first time in our nation's history that a generation of Americans are worse off than their parents. Again, she doesn't talk anything about her actual past legislation that she's done. And she talks about I want affordability here, but doesn't actually tell. Every time you go to the grocery store, the gas pump, and the pharmacy, you feel the effects. Okay, what are you going to do to actually solve that issue? I will work day and night to fight for you and your loved ones to have the basic needs met, to ensure one person, one job is enough to live with dignity and retire with security. How? How are you going to do that? I will work to pass the policies I have championed my entire tenure in elected office. Policies to lower prices, not through subsidies, but by lowering costs. How are you going to lower costs? How are you going to do that? Policies that will boost jobs, American manufacturing, American manufacturing, clean energy, and high-paying jobs that ensure the workforce of today is equipped for the jobs of tomorrow. How? What are concrete actions that you're going to take to fight for those positions? No issues page on her campaign website. If you go to why I'm running, you get a paragraph about Texas and our nation, the same one you saw on the front. And then these couple of paragraphs about why she's running, and that's it. This is a person who's spending millions of dollars on her campaign to run for a national level position for Texas Senate in what should be and is a highly competitive primary race. And she has 3 paragraphs about why she's running, talking about how, they're attacked for how they worship, who they love, what language their grandmother speaks, and don't know who will be on the chopping block next. I'm running to protect Texans from these attacks and safeguard the rights our Constitution guarantees. I'm running to knock down the door to opportunities that have been cracked open for the elite few. I'm running to make home ownership and entrepreneurship pillars of the American dream, an obtainable reality for all Americans once more. I'm running to get Washington back to work on the issues that actually matter. I don't know. This isn't enough. She has this about page, which are 3 paragraphs in which she makes sure to mention that she's fighting with Marjorie Taylor Greene. She traveled the nation organizing. This is what's so crazy. On her homepage of her website, one of the first policies that she wants you to know, one of the first things about her legislative career that she wants you to know is not any of the things that she's actually voted for, not any of the actual legislation that she's sponsored. She traveled the nation, organizing and rallying Democrats ahead of the 2024 election, and served as national co-chair for the Harris-Walz campaign? You mean those people who freaking lost? Why is this what you're promoting about yourself? She was national co-chair for the Harris-Walz campaign under Trump 2.0. Jasmine has been a leading voice in holding the Trump administration accountable to the American people and has stood up to bullies like Marjorie Taylor Greene and the president himself. What does that mean? What have you done? What are you going to do? Why should I vote for you? Because you stood up to bullies? Okay, you did the bare minimum. She has this really famous clip about, she calls Marjorie Taylor Greene. She says, blonde, bleach blonde, bad build, butch body, some stupid or whatever. She's fighting with her in the middle of a House committee proceeding, and it went viral. Everybody saw it. Literally, the way that she announced her running for U.S. Senator was to put out a video of her saying nothing at all, just staring into the camera while the audio of Republicans being triggered about Jasmine Crockett plays, like Donald Trump being she's gross, and Marjorie Taylor Greene being I can't valid crash out. I can't, believe that she's in the Congress or whatever. That's her entire reason for running, is just talking about how she, stands up to the bullies or whatever. She triggers Republicans. Republicans are triggered by everything. Who cares that you can trigger Republicans? Actually talk about the positions that you're going to fight for. And she does none of that. And so that's why she has no issues listed under her economy, immigration, or healthcare bullet points, because she doesn't care to tell us how she's going to actually work on those issues while she's in the Senate. On the issue of Israel, she voted just this year to send $3.3 billion in military aid to Israel. She took a $25,000 trip to Israel, paid for by an Israeli lobbying group. Although she has not accepted any money from lobbying groups like AIPAC, she has not called the genocide happening in Gaza a genocide, and has not ruled out sending even more weapons and money to Israel than she already has. She did vote for the Epstein Files Transparency Act, but everybody voted for the Epstein Files Transparency Act, so she did that. I wish that I could talk about more of her policies, but she doesn't care to tell us anything about any of her policy stances. This is a competitive primary. I don't know who it's going to be. I'm leaning towards, I think Talarico is going to win this one. Because like I said, she's not campaigning. This isn't a campaign. This is not how you run a national level campaign. I don't know why you think that this is enough. But she's spending a lot of money. and she has the black vote on lock. Black people are coming out in droves for Jasmine Crockett, and black voters, especially in Texas, are highly organized and highly motivated to get out and vote for their candidates. And so she has the black vote on lock, and we have a huge black population in Texas, and they are extremely influential in Democratic politics in our state. And therefore, she has a really serious chance. But she, in my opinion, is taking advantage of the black voters who are supporting her by just taking them for granted. She knows that they're going to come out and vote for her anyways, so she doesn't have to campaign. She doesn't have to actually stand on any issues because she knows that black people are going to come out and vote for her, and that feels gross to me. So I don't know. Vote for who you want to vote for. If people in the Senate triggering Republicans is a big priority for you, I guarantee you James Talarico is not going to do that nearly as effectively as Jasmine Crockett does. But if having somebody in the Senate who's actually voting for Medicare for all is a big priority for you, that's what James Talarico says that he's going to do. So James Talarico and Jasmine Crockett are your two candidates for U.S. Senator. Any questions before we move on to the Republican candidates for Senator? We're spending a lot of time on the Senate level candidates because those are the ones that the most people are going to be tuning into this kind of election guide to hear details about national level candidates. And everybody in the state will be able to vote on these candidates. We should have a time where we all say who we're going to vote for. Who are you going to vote for? Do we want to do a poll, like a chat poll? Is that your suggestion, Robert? That we should do that now? Who are you thinking? Who are you going to vote for between James Talarico and Jasmine Crockett? And why, if you want to say? Like I said, I'm if I were voting in the Democratic primary, which I almost certainly am not, I would be voting for James Talarico. I will say this is the only race in the entire Democratic Party ballot that is this competitive and where your vote is going to really, really matter here. I was mostly kidding, but I have no shame. I'll move on, but feel free to throw who you're thinking about voting for. I'm going Talarico. Yeah, I think most people are. Talarico, I think, is just legitimately the more progressive choice. Is the choice that is going to appeal and fight for actual working class values, and is just running a better campaign. So I think Talarico is going to win, and Talarico would definitely be my choice. Healthcare is a big one for sure. United States Senator. If you pick up the Republican ballot and not the Democratic ballot, you will see on your ballot for U.S. Senator all of these candidates: John Cornyn, Wesley Hunt, and Ken Paxton, as well as John Edifope, Golrez Gus Khan, Anna Bender, Sarah Kennedy, and Virgil John Birschwell. So no more Ted Cruz. No. Ted Cruz is still in the Senate, and probably will run again for senator, but his term is not up yet. John Cornyn, the really old guy on the left there, is our current senator, as well as Ted Cruz, and he's running for re-election. But I don't think he's going to win it. He's been our senator in that slot for 24 years now. So I think his time is done, maybe. And honestly, he's a bit more. There's more than one senator. Yeah, obviously, you haven't been listening to my voter guide, because a lot earlier in this voter guide, I explained how all states. I never hear about Corbyn, Jeremy Corbyn, who helps public school be less trash. Yeah, John Cornyn. You never really hear about John Cornyn because he's a very kind of establishment Republican figure. It's Corbyn time. He's a very kind of establishment Republican figure, the kind of candidate that Republicans would call, that MAGA Republicans would call a rhino. And he just doesn't make a lot of waves in the way that like Ted Cruz is out there like grabbing media attention, is way more of a MAGA Republican candidate, and therefore is much more popular in the way that Ken Paxton is. And so you just don't hear about John Cornyn a whole lot, but he's been doing some interesting stuff. How many senators are there? Short version: 2 U.S. senators for every state in the country. The House of Representatives has hundreds of representatives from districts all over each state. Ken Paxton looks like Chevy Chase a little bit. I can see that. But every state gets, regardless of their population size, because you get a certain amount of House representatives depending on your population size. But every state, regardless of the population size, has 2 U.S. senators. Our 2 U.S. senators for the state of Texas are Ken Paxton. Are Ted Cruz and John Cornyn. John Cornyn's term is up. He's running for re-election, but this is a very competitive primary, and so he might not win this primary, and therefore will not be our senator again. The 3 most competitive candidates running for the U.S. senator for Texas for Republicans are John Cornyn, Wesley Hunt, and Ken Paxton. We're going to talk about John Cornyn first. John Cornyn, he served as a district judge in San Antonio for 6 years before being elected to the Texas Supreme Court in 1990, long time ago. He was elected as Texas's Attorney General in 1998, and then was elected as U.S. Senator in 2002, the position he holds to this day. So since 2002, John Cornyn has been one of Texas's senators. For 24 years. For 24 years now, John Cornyn has been working in the Senate on behalf of Texans. In that 24 years, he was the primary sponsor on 19 bills that became law. That's actually really high. Like John Cornyn, and the way that you actually at the national level, because usually majorities in the House or the Senate are pretty slim. At the national level, the way that you successfully and reliably get legislation passed is being more bipartisan, so that Democrats will come over the aisle and also vote for your legislation. And so John Cornyn has done a good job of passing a lot of bills in the Senate over his 24 years of being in the Senate, because he has bipartisanly worked with Democrats, which Republicans are really not fans of. Which is why he's like a rhino, a not real Republican. Rhino, if you weren't aware, RINO is an acronym for Republican in name only, and it means you fake and are not an actual Republican, which is to say not a MAGA Republican who is a strong supporter of Trump, even though every Republican candidate has to support Trump, because Republicans will not come out and vote for you if you're not licking Trump's toes. So every Republican candidate, like the number one policy on their issues page is, I'm gonna suck off Trump harder than any other Republican will. Like that's my number one policy position is I'm supporting it. It's funny because they all say it in different ways too. John Cornyn says on his campaign side, he says he's committed to advancing President Trump's agenda. Wesley Hunt says he's committed to supporting President Trump. And Ken Paxton says he's committing to carrying the torch for President Trump's agenda. So they all come up with it's funny, they all come up with unique ways to be like, I love President Trump more than everybody else does. But that's their number one position. They all have to love Trump. But because John Cornyn, is not a monster. That's the thing. Voting in the Republican primary, my choices in candidates are between bad people who are bad politicians and don't have the best interest of Americans at heart, and despicable monsters. Your choice is between a bad person or a horrific monster. And so I'm going to take my opportunity to vote in the Republican primary to vote for the bad person and not the horrific monster. And John Cornyn falls into the bad person category. So that's better than other candidates. And part of the reason why Republicans would consider him a rhino is because he has bipartisanly worked in the Senate to pass 19 bills that became law, working with Democrats in order to pass that legislation. He ranks second among all current U.S. senators for the most laws enacted in the Senate. Who is the Democratic Socialist candidate? There are no Democratic Socialist candidates on the Texas ballots, unfortunately, at the state level, and there's not going to be any Democratic Socialists on our ballots. But the closest you're going to get to the Democratic Socialist candidate, if you're voting in the Democratic primary, you're here after I explained at the beginning. And since you didn't know that our state has 2 senators, you probably also don't know that this is not voting for candidates who are going to become like voting in this election doesn't choose who our senator is going to be. We choose who our senator is going to be in the fall. But that election is going to be between one Republican and one Democrat. In the spring, in March, in this primary election on March 3rd, we're going to vote for who we want that one Democrat and one Republican to be. So there's several Democrats on our list and several Republicans on our list, and we choose among those. And then whoever wins in the primary elections is going to be the one Democrat and the one Republican to go head to head in the midterms in the fall. So, like, you ask, who is the Democratic Socialist? Oh, this is many tiers. I think you meant to type this as too many tiers, but it's funny that like you were just oh, this is many tiers. Anyways, so you ask who the Democratic Socialist candidate is, like that's who will become the candidate. But of all of the candidates, the most Democratic Socialist candidate is probably James Talarico. But if you go and you vote in the Democratic primary for James Talarico, you will only vote for like he will become the one guy who goes against one of these Republicans in the fall. And he ain't going to win against one of those Republicans, almost certainly. A Democrat has not held a statewide seat in Texas government in the state of Texas since the 90s, in over 30 years. So James Talarico ain't winning this one. But he'll go head to head against one of these guys. So if you choose to vote in the Republican primary, then you get to choose between a choice of a bad person or a horrific monster. And maybe you like the horrific monster better than the bad person. Uh-oh, did this wrong. Here we go. Maybe you like the bad person better than the horrific monster. And so I definitely like John Cornyn is the bad person in this situation, not the horrific monster. So I'm going to probably vote for John Cornyn. Anyways, he was the primary sponsor of 19 bills that became law, second amongst all U.S. senators for most laws enacted in the Senate, which is very cool. This legislation includes bills to fund training to prevent, recognize, and report child sexual abuse. Yo, hey, that's a good policy. Way to go, John Cornyn. To assess the threat posed to U.S. ports by cranes manufactured by China. Guess that feels like a big problem. And so we should increase funding to assess those threats. And to increase the VA's oversight of schools that accept GI Bill benefits. So if you go and you serve in the military, you get money, you get a scholarship basically to go to college for free. And schools get a lot of their funding through military people coming and going to their school, and they get money from the GI Bill. But what he's trying to do here is universities are woke, and he wants the government to have more of a say about how universities can conduct themselves and what they can teach on campus if they are getting money from the government from the GI Bill for military people to go to their schools. So that's silly. But he passed that bill as well. So if those are big issues for you, maybe John Cornyn's your guy. He voted for both Trump tax credits, which cut the corporate tax rate by 10% in our country and added trillions of dollars to the national debt. Yay. If those things are cool for you, you should vote for John Cornyn. He also voted for the Big Beautiful Bill, which included cuts to the Affordable Care Act subsidies that caused people's health insurance premiums to rise by hundreds of dollars. If you love kicking people off their health care, maybe John Cornyn is your guy. He also voted for legislation to abolish sanctuary cities. If sanctuary cities are a big problem for you, maybe this is your guy. And to allow states to use their highway funds for border infrastructure. Okay. And to cap out-of-pocket prescription drugs. To cap out-of-pocket prescription drug costs for seniors in Medicare. That's really positive. To make drugs cheaper for old people. And to prevent drug companies from blocking generic competition. That's awesome. Like, if you weren't aware, whenever you go to the store, you have like Tylenol, but then you have like ibuprofen. Or is Tylenol acetaminophen? Tylenol is acetaminophen. You have like Tylenol, but then you have like the Walgreens brand acetaminophen. That's called a generic option, and it's usually cheaper because they have the same formula that Tylenol has, and they can just make the same kind of pill, but generically instead of with the brand name on it. And those are usually a lot cheaper. And because they can be cheaper, it means that Tylenol has to lower their cost in order to be competitive with the generic brands. And pharmaceutical companies hate that. They don't want to be competitive. They want to make as much profit as humanly possible. And so they never want generic competition. And John Cornyn is voting for legislation to prevent drug companies from blocking generic competition. Hey, that's good. That's keeping drug prices low. John Cornyn, look at that. John Cornyn has no issues about the economy, no specific issues about the economy listed on his website. He has a lot of he's super pro oil and gas, and he probably would argue that those are economic issues because if you make gas cheaper, that makes everything cheaper. He wants to allow drilling on federal lands and deregulate the oil and gas industry, and maybe those are your things, and you count that as making my healthcare and my groceries cheaper. And so maybe you want to put that under the economy section. He didn't have a specific section for the economy listed under his issues page on his website. On the issue of immigration, he helped author the Lake and Riley Act, which made it to where if a undocumented immigrant is charged with a crime, they can be deported for that crime, which is bad. That's not convicted of a crime, that's charged of a crime. So if the police department just charges this guy with committing this crime and they arrest him, he still has to go through the court process of going through a trial and being demonstrated beyond a shadow of a doubt of being guilty of committing the crime before he's convicted of the crime. And then once you're convicted of a crime, sure, deport that illegal immigrant once they have served their amount of time in the criminal justice system. But if you are only charged of a crime, it's not yet been proven that you actually committed the crime. And so deporting somebody for just being accused of a crime is ridiculous and sounds like a really great way to incentivize frivolous accusations of crimes for undocumented people. But if that's your thing, then maybe you should vote for John Cornyn. He led efforts to crack down on drug cartels and to end sanctuary cities. He doesn't like sanctuary cities. On the issue of healthcare, he has and continues to support the Hyde Amendment, which bans federal funding for abortions and other reproductive healthcare. It just means that the federal government can't give money to Planned Parenthood, which decreases people's access to reproductive health care, which is not good. But if that's your thing. And on the issue of Israel, all these Republican candidates are kind of crazy. Interestingly, the best Republican candidate on the issue of Israel is Ken Paxton. We'll talk about that in a minute. On the issue of Israel, he voted to send a collective $40 billion in military funding to the state of Israel just since October 7th, by the way. And that doesn't count. Every year we send $8.3 billion. We have like a reoccurring payment to the state of Israel. We send them $8.3 billion. And that just gets lumped into like the general like funding bill to fund the government in the Senate. And that just funds your that just like automatically happens, the $8.3 billion that we send to Israel. And so that's not even counting that this is $40 billion in specific bills that have been written to send money to Israel since October 7th, 2023. He co-sponsored the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, which redefines anti-Semitism as criticism of the nation of Israel and its policies, which is not what anti-Semitism is, and paradoxically would make a lot of anti-Zionist Jewish people anti-Semites for some reason. So he voted for the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act. And he has taken $489,000 from pro-Israel lobbying groups like AIPAC. That's exciting. And explicitly stands with Israel and opposes the BDS movement on his campaign website. If you don't know what the BDS movement is, that stands for Boycotts, Divestments, and Sanctions. And it is whenever people advocate for companies to boycott businesses in Israel, to divest from, like that means like sell their stocks in businesses in the state of Israel, and for governments to put sanctions upon businesses in the state of Israel. Not to be confused with BTS. That's correct. Thank you. In the state of Texas, we just completely violate the First Amendment right to people's First Amendment right to free speech by passing a law. We have a law in Texas that says if you are a government employee in the state of Texas, it is illegal for you to advocate for boycotts, divestments, and sanctions from the state of Israel, which is crazy. And yeah, John Cornyn opposes BDS on his website. So other highlights from his issues page on his website include that he has an A+ rating from the NRA. That's good. And is committed to advancing President Trump's agenda, like they all are, and deregulating the oil and gas industry. So that's John Cornyn. Wesley Hunt is also running for the slot of U.S. Senator for the state of Texas for the Republican Party. He served in the U.S. Army from 2004 to 2012. He was elected as representative for the 38th District of the U.S. House of Representatives in the West Houston area in 2022, the position he holds to this day. So he has been in the U.S. House, not the Texas House, the U.S. House, the national level, since 2022. Since 2022, being in the U.S. House, he has sponsored 25 bills, one of which, the Royalty Resiliency Act, has been signed into law, simplifying royalty payments for oil and gas companies operating on federal lands. Yay. Basically, it does seem like genuinely it was like a complicated process how oil and gas companies were paid, how royalties were split up whenever they sold oil that they drilled on federal lands. It does seem like this law genuinely worked to simplify something that was unnecessarily complex. But the whole thing is to be in support of more drilling on federal lands for oil and gas, which is fine, I guess. He's also sponsored legislation to protect LNG, that's liquid natural gas companies, from litigation related to exports. and to increase and enhance offshore energy resource assessments and mapping. I'm detecting a theme here. And to terminate temporary protected status for immigrants from Somalia, Sudan, Syria, Yemen, and Lebanon. That's interesting. It's so frustrating how like all of these Republican people are like, we want you to come into the country the right way. We don't want undocumented immigration. We want you to come in right. And then they take people who have like legitimately come into the country the right way, who have applied for asylum and earned temporary protective status. Like also temporary protective status is granted to large portions of populations from countries that are genuinely like in really difficult times, and struggling very greatly. Temporary protective status is given to those immigrants as well to make them legal citizens of the United States. They are legal immigrants in the United States. They are coming into the United States the right way, and by stripping away their temporary protective status, you are now making them undocumented. They're documented legal immigrants, and then we're going to change a law by the stroke of a pen and make them an undocumented, illegal immigrant. And I thought you wanted them to come in the right way. Why would we just arbitrarily remove their legal status? So that's fun. He has voted for the latest Trump tax cuts, which again cut the corporate tax rate by 10%. And for the big beautiful bill, which cut ACA subsidies, increasing people's insurance premiums by hundreds of dollars. He's also voted for multiple bills that sent a cumulative $17.6 billion to Israel. On the issue of the economy, he has nothing specific listed on his website, but he's a big oil and gas guy, and probably would say, you know, that's for the economy. So there's that. On the issue of immigration, he supports deploying military forces to the southern border. Okay. Labeling cartels as terrorist groups, and really specifically like on the issue of immigration is like and standing by and supporting Tom Homan. Okay. Tom Homan is the immigration czar in our country currently, and is the guy who is responsible under the Obama administration for coming up with the policy of family separation as a deterrent, because we've always done family separation in our country. But Tom Homan, specifically under the Obama administration, started separating families from one another whenever they immigrated into the U.S. outside of a port of entry. And then advertising, hey, if you come here, we're going to separate you from your children, as a way to make immigrants fearful of coming to the United States. So that's cool. He's on board with supporting Tom Homan. He has no specific policies for healthcare listed on his website. On the issue of Israel, he voted for multiple bills to send a cumulative $17.6 billion to Israel. He has taken $140,000 from pro-Israel lobbying groups like AIPAC, and commits himself to defending Israel on his campaign website. So if Israel is a big problem for you, he has voted to send less money to Israel than John Cornyn did, and has taken less money from pro-Israel lobbying groups than John Cornyn has. So maybe this is your guy. He does commit himself to defending Israel on his campaign website, which means sending more money to Israel in the future. Other items of note from his issues page on his website include that he's committed to supporting President Trump, committing to cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. He's committed to fighting the left's woke agenda, protecting the Second Amendment, and fighting against access to reproductive health care. He's very pro-life. So if those are big, important things for you, maybe Wesley Hunt is your guy. Like I said, it's very hard to distinguish him. I can't distinguish this page from this page very much at all. Like, if you're like, immigration is really important to me, Well, all these guys are against immigration in almost the exact same ways. Like if you are voting for these people based on the issues, it's they're almost indistinguishable from one another. And then the third person running competitively for U.S. Senator for Texas for the Republican Party is Ken Paxton. And Ken Paxton is crazy. If you don't know anything about Ken Paxton, we're going to talk about some of his insane stuff. Ken Paxton worked as a lawyer before being elected to the Texas House of Representatives in 2002. He was elected to the Texas Senate in 2012 and was then elected as Texas Attorney General in 2015, the position he holds to this day. The Texas Attorney General is essentially like the chief prosecutor for the entire state of Texas, and is responsible for pursuing lawsuits against people who have committed crimes in our country, in our state. We'll talk more about the role of Texas Attorney General later on in this voter guide, whenever we actually get to that slide. But Ken Paxton is our current Texas Attorney General, and in order to run for U.S. Senate, he had to give up his position as Texas Attorney General. So if Ken Paxton loses this primary, he's out of Texas government. So that's a big reason to vote for John Cornyn and Wesley Hunt if you're voting in the Republican primary, is getting Ken Paxton out of Texas government. Because of some of the insane things we're going to talk about here in just a minute. Ken Paxton successfully sued. These are some of his legal achievements as Attorney General. He successfully sued to block certain EPA clean water rules, asserting greater state control over Texas's waterways. We hate the EPA and clean water. Boo, EPA. Ken Paxton's ex-wife worked at Maddie's friend's school when they were married. What the hell? I feel like I did know that, actually. I feel like she said something about that. We're going to talk about Ken Paxton's ex-wife here in just a minute. He filed lawsuits to block the sale of cannabis and hemp products in Texas. So if you really hate marijuana, the other guys, they are like generally, as far as I can tell, against marijuana, but didn't list anything really specific about that on their campaign websites, and I didn't see them really fighting for legislation for that. Ken Paxton specifically has gone after cannabis and hemp producers in Texas, and he sued several states in an effort to challenge the results of the 2020 election. So he sued Michigan and was like, your election results are invalid because we think that fraud happened there. And so election fraud has been a really big issue for Ken Paxton, and he's investigated so much election fraud in the state of Texas, and in all of the years that he's been investigating election fraud, spending millions of dollars in huge legal campaigns in order to do so, he's found 11 cases. Wow. Hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people vote in Texas's elections. Hundreds of thousands of people vote for individual specific candidates. And of those millions of votes, Ken Paxton found 11 cases where an undocumented person voted, or somebody lied on their voter registration, or sent in their mail-in ballot twice. 11 cases of voter fraud in the state of Texas, which is just a very clear demonstration that voter fraud is not an issue. Like, it's not to say that voter fraud never happens, but voter fraud is not an issue that happens on a large enough scale to be in any way relevant to the outcome of any election anywhere in our country. And so voter fraud is a silly thing to make the centerpiece of your legal career. But that is a big thing for Ken Paxton. And now, for the things that Ken Paxton is really famous for, he was criminally indicted in 2015 for misleading tech startup investors. He accepted a pretrial agreement in 2024. He was able to stall the actual trial for this indictment, this criminal indictment that he got for 10 years. And then finally, before the case has ever even been to trial, agreed to a pretrial agreement where he paid all of the tech startup investors that he lied to about the tech startup that they were investing in. He paid them all $300,000 in restitution in exchange for not having to commit for any not having to admit to any wrongdoing. So he's been criminally indicted. In 2020, whistleblowers in the Attorney General's office, and these are prosecuting lawyers in the state of Texas working for Ken Paxton, who is an extremely conservative attorney general. These people are not working in this office if they are, liberal snowflakes or whatever. These are hardline conservative Republicans who, because of their proximity to the inner workings of how Ken Paxton runs his office, saw and reported on Ken Paxton taking bribes from business owners who had contributed to his campaigns. Some of these bribes, like this one guy, Paul Ryan, is like this real estate guy in Austin, and he's a big contributor to Ken Paxton's campaigns. And he was like the main centerpiece of like where all this drama happened, where Ken Paxton would legitimately like use his position as attorney general to derail investigations, because this like Paul Ryan guy is an insane criminal and has been running his business very fraudulently. For Ken Paxton, the guy who's super worried about fraud, has been running his business very fraudulently, and is constantly being investigated for that fraud. And Ken Paxton has used his position to derail local investigations into that fraud, and has tipped off the business guy, whenever the FBI at the national level, at the federal level, was investigating the guy for crimes that he committed. Ken Paxton was like, hey, the FBI is investigating you. Maybe you should pull back on your crimes. Ken Paxton was having an affair with a woman who didn't work at this business, a woman who needed a job. And Ken Paxton got this guy to hire her at his business. And so like these whistleblowers, like them coming out, part of that process was the revelation of this affair that happened, which is why Ken Paxton and his wife are divorced now. These 7 whistleblowers came out and they were like, hey, Ken Paxton is taking bribes. And Ken Paxton fired. Well, he didn't fire all the whistleblowers. He fired 2 of the whistleblowers. He put some of the whistleblowers on indefinite administrative leave, and then a couple of the other whistleblowers quit. And firing people who report your crimes is because they reported your crimes is super illegal. And so the whistleblowers sued him. The whistleblowers who reported on Ken Paxton's crimes sued him, and Ken Paxton settled with them in exchange for not having to admit any guilt. He settled with them for $3.3 million. Ken Paxton used state taxpayer-funded attorney general funds to pay these whistleblowers their $3.3 million settlement. He personally was responsible for paying this settlement and used funds from his government department to pay these whistleblowers back. And that got found out. And so Ken Paxton got impeached. He also cheated on his wife. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was having an affair with this woman and got the Paul Ryan guy, this business owner, to hire that lady to like get her a job. And that came out. These whistleblowers reported on that. And then he paid them off with $3.3 billion from the Attorney General's budget and got impeached for that, along with 19 other articles of impeachment. He got impeached for attempting to pay the whistleblowers settlement with funds from the Attorney General's budget. Each article of impeachment fell short of the 21 votes needed to convict Ken Paxton. So he was acquitted on all 21 articles of impeachment. Each one got up to like 16 or 17 votes, I think. And the reason why he was able to skirt out of this is because this became a big issue that separated the Texas Republican Party between the Rhino, very establishment old guard of the Republican Party and the MAGA base of the Republican Party. And so Ken Paxton is very MAGA. Greg Abbott and Dan Patrick are very MAGA. Greg Abbott is the governor. Dan Patrick is the lieutenant governor. So they supported Ken Paxton a lot. All of the people who were more establishment, old guard, the bad guys, not the monsters. The old guard, the establishment Republicans, all were the ones who were like, Ken Paxton is committing crimes. We can't just let people commit crimes. And so all the votes very much fell down upon the lines of, are you an establishment Republican? Are you MAGA Republican? And it was the reason why, if you remember in 2024, the race between our Texas State House Representative Dade Phelan, the primary race between him and David Covey was super contentious and was a big national news deal. And millions, billions of dollars, maybe even, were spent in that race trying to get David Covey to unseat Dade Phelan, because Dade Phelan was the Speaker of the House at the time and had to be one of the people who allowed Ken Paxton's impeachment to move forward. And so as revenge for impeaching him, Ken Paxton organized David Covey and his campaign to challenge Dade Phelan, and dumped millions of dollars into David Covey's campaign, and got Donald Trump to weigh in and endorse David Covey, which is just running for a local state rep seat. Got Donald Trump to approve David Covey, all because it became a huge, big, conflict and I don't know, dividing line between the MAGA base and the establishment Republicans. Dade Phelan was very much seen as a more establishment Republican character, and David Covey was much more of a MAGA Republican, and he was trying to rival Dade Phelan. That is the biggest reason why the Texas Republican Party last year, that primary happened in 2024. Last year in 2025, the Texas Republican Party sued the Texas Secretary of State to close their primaries, because it was largely perceived Dade Phelan won his primary by less than 800 votes in an election of tens of thousands of votes. Dade Phelan won by less than 100 votes. And it was largely seen that he won that race because we have open primaries, and Democrats and incumbents went and voted in the Republican primary in order to vote for Dade Phelan over David Covey. So if maybe that is the reason why, maybe it's not, but that's how it's been perceived. And it's funny that that whole huge conflict that became a big political drama in our neck of the political woods, was a thing and became a thing entirely because Ken Paxton allowed Dade Phelan allowed Ken Paxton's impeachment to move forward. So yeah, Ken Paxton has been impeached, has taken bribes, has openly impeded investigations into crimes, has been criminally indicted himself. Ken Paxton has been called the most corrupt politician in America, and among Republicans, that's saying something. Because we're going to talk about other Republicans who are also pretty corrupt here later. But yeah, Ken Paxton is an insane person, but that got Ken Paxton a lot of big national acclaim. Ken Paxton has always been a character who's been able to get into the spotlight, and has been widely approved of by the MAGA base of the Republican Party. And so I think Ken Paxton is going to win this primary. And if he does, I think he's going to beat James Talarico. So I'm pretty sure Ken Paxton is going to be our next senator. We'll see. On his campaign website, under the issue of immigration, on the issue of the economy, Ken Paxton says that he is committed to cutting taxes and stopping wasteful spending. So how that's going to mean cheaper groceries or more affordable healthcare or cheaper housing costs, I don't know. But that's always the Republicans' plan for the economy. So that's his plan for the economy. Ken Paxton, on the issue of immigration, is committed to securing the border and completing the construction of the border wall. That's a throwback. Under the issue of healthcare, he has no specific policies listed. On the issue of Israel, his campaign site, this is what's interesting here, is in the past, like Ken Paxton has been super pro-Israel. But in the future, Ken Paxton is kind of like subtweeting Israel on his campaign website, being like, I'm not sending money to Israel. Because on his campaign website, under the foreign policy tab, he says that career politicians are concerned with sending billions to foreign countries and protecting the borders of other nations. Ken Paxton's top priority will always be the American people. And that is a dog whistle for other people send all this money to Israel for Israel to defend itself, but we need to keep that money here so that we can defend ourselves. So Ken Paxton, interestingly, is kind of anti-Israel, because that is also a growing, very popular opinion in the Republican Party as well, for Nazi reasons, which is kind of crazy. But in the past, Ken Paxton has fiercely defended Texas's anti-BDS laws as Attorney General. So definitely is pro Israel. But I was not able to find any way that he's taken in this election campaign money from AIPAC or pro-Israel lobbying groups. So that's interesting too. On other items of note is that he's committed to carrying the torch for President Trump's agenda and to deregulating the oil and gas industry. So those are your Republican candidates for the U.S. Senator for Texas. And that is all of the candidates, all the competitive candidates for U.S. Senator. Whew. That's the biggest. That's going to take the longest. That's the biggest item that we're going to cover tonight. Any questions on Senator? Yeah, I'm interested to know too if people are thinking that they're going to vote in the Republican primary or the Democratic primary, because I really want to be able to go and vote for James Talarico. I think that my vote would be in this, if it was just if I could take the primary ballot race by race, I would vote in the Democratic primary for the Senate, and then I would vote in the Republican primary for everything else. But you can't do that. So because I think James Talarico is going to need people's votes. That race is going to be very competitive. But there are way of more other competitive races in the Republican primary. So we will move on to those. Next, this is a format, you're going to see these a couple times. We're going to stop doing this later on because I ran out of time. But the next item on your ballot is going to be United States Representative for District 14, which is our district. So these are the Democratic candidates for United States Rep for District 14. None of these are spending at a level that is going to be competitive at all. For the Republicans, there are two candidates. Randy Weber is the incumbent, and Randy Weber is going to win this race because Jessica Forgy has spent almost nothing, if not nothing. So Randy Weber is the only competitive person in this race. He's going to win this one, so we're not going to talk about any of these people. Same thing for the U.S. State Representative for District 36. None of these people are competing or spending very competitively. Brian Babin is the incumbent. He is the only one that's spending competitively in this race. He's definitely going to win this one. So, and that is all of the federal level candidates. Moving on to the state level candidates. So, U.S. Rep and U.S. Senator are going to go to the U.S. Congress in Washington, D.C. and govern on the national level. All of these candidates stay here and go to the Texas Congress in Austin and are going to govern on the state level. Their authority is strictly limited to the state of Texas. Maddie pointed out that your font is very Hunger Games vibes. This font or the other font? I really like this one. Not this one. I actually kind of don't like this one. I wish I didn't use it because it's silly. But I really like this font. I can't remember what its name. It's called like Pimbow or something like that. But it's a really cool. I like that one. I took this whole design from this whole aesthetic is from an old election flyer for John F. Kennedy from the 60s, and that Pimbow font is really similar to the font that they used on that flyer. So I liked this one. For the state level, you do have two people spending competitively for governor. But since these are the only two candidates that are spending competitively, which means Greg Abbott will win the primary for the Republicans and Gina Hinojosa will win the primary for the Democrats. They will definitely be your two candidates on the ballot in the fall. So we're going to talk about these candidates in the fall. We don't have to talk about them now because you're not really choosing between people on these ballots. All these other people that are running are not spending competitively at all. Same thing for lieutenant governor. We're electing a governor in the midterms in the fall. We are also electing lieutenant governor in the fall. The governor is essentially like the president of Texas. The lieutenant governor is essentially like the vice president of Texas. But interestingly, like on the federal level, you vote for a ticket of like a president and a vice president together. Where in Texas, you vote for a governor and a lieutenant governor separately. The two candidates that are spending competitively for lieutenant governor are Vicky Goodwin and Dan Patrick. They will definitely be the candidates who win these elections, and they will be going on the ballot in the fall. So we will talk about them in the midterms. The next competitive race that you need to look out for here is attorney general. So you can see here we've done. This is the Republican ballot. We've done U.S. Representative for District 36. This is your governor. These are your lieutenant governor races. This is your attorney general race, right? District 36, governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general. Some of these, there won't be any candidates running for the Republican Party for a certain race, but there will be several Democrats. So I'm going through and I'm making sure that we cover everything on both ballots. Because one race might appear on the Democratic ballot, but not the Republican ballot, and vice versa. So Attorney General, the Attorney General of the state of Texas, which is Ken Paxton's position, he has to resign that position because he's running for Senate. And if he loses this primary, he doesn't get to go back to be the Attorney General. So we can kick Ken Paxton out of Texas government. If he loses this primary, we really need Ken Paxton to lose. But right now, the Attorney General is Ken Paxton. And the Attorney General is the top lawyer in Texas, representing or defending the state in mostly civil litigation. The Attorney General can bring forward or participate in lawsuits against the federal government. So, like, on behalf of the state of Texas, the Attorney General of Texas can sue the federal government, corporations, or others on behalf of the public, as Paxton has done over immigration and abortion policies in the past. The Attorney General can also make legal interpretations and issue opinions on legal questions. So, really important legal role in the state of Texas. There are no competitive candidates on the Democratic primary. Oh my God, this guy's crazy. Aaron writes, there are no competitive candidates on the Democratic primary for Attorney General. There are 2 competitive candidates on the Republican side. And see, this is what I'm talking about. There's a lot of races like this because Democrats don't get voted into office in the state of Texas. There are a lot of races like this where there just aren't any competitive Democrats and there are competitive Republicans. So your vote matters more in the Republican primary than it does in the Democratic primary. The 2 candidates for Attorney General are Joan Huffman and Aaron Reitz. We'll talk about Joan Huffman first because she appears first on your ballot. She was the chief felony prosecutor for the Harris County DA, so like our neck of the woods right there in Houston, and was later a criminal district court attorney, I think is what that's supposed to say, in Harris County. She was elected as state senator for the 17th district of the Texas Senate in the southwest area of the city of Houston. So like it covers like the west side and like the south-ish side of Houston, but then it's awfully gerrymandered. Like Houston is it's such a, actually let's look it up because I want to demonstrate to you the way that gerrymandering works. What district was that? District 17. Blaine, I'm not gonna lie, you're starting to convince me that I should vote in the Republican primaries. I know, and I like I said, your options in the Republican primary are between a bad person and a horrible monster. So it's kind of silly to vote in the primary because you have to vote for the bad person. But it feels more important to me. But like I said, we need people to go and vote for James Talarico if he's going to win in the Democratic primary. So it's hard to say which one you should vote in. District 17 of Texas State Senate. This is the way the gerrymandering works. The city of Houston is a very... Where's that map? The city of Houston is a very, blue, liberal, democratic area. Where the freak is that map? God dang it. Is it in here? No, that's the House district. Man. Oh well, I might not be able to find it. This is all just a diversion anyways. Let's just do this. The way that it works here is Houston is a very liberal city, and so all inside of this the city center is a very like Democrat heavy area, but we don't want Democrats to get seats. And so the way that the 17th district of Houston looks, remember we're talking about Joan Huffman, who was the state senator for District 17 for a long time. The way that the 17th district of Houston looks is it grabs a little bit of the city here, which has a lot of voters in it, but then it goes all the way, down here to the Port Lavaca area. It comes all the way and grabs all of this rural area. So these rural votes, which are going to be far more Republican, outweigh the very few Democratic votes that they have in Houston. And so they chop Houston up like that so that all the districts all the people who vote in Republican in the rural areas outnumber all the liberal votes in the city in the city proper of Houston, and therefore less state Senate seats get Democratic senators. They always get Republican senators because of gerrymandering. That's exciting. That's going to be relevant in this topic. For Joan Huffman here, she was elected as state senator for the 17th district of the Texas Senate, southwest of the Houston area in 2014, the position she holds to this day. In the Texas Senate, she sponsored bills to exclude the holdings of legislators' spouses from their personal financial disclosures. So she wants people, elected officials have to disclose their financial holdings so that people know like how much money they have and where their money is invested in the state of Texas, at least. But you also have to disclose your spouses because you all count as like one household and your money is their money. And so their money can influence you as well. It's a really helpful thing to have so that if you have like Christy Craddock, who's an insane person, talk about the most corrupt politician in Texas politics. If you have Christy Craddock, who has a bunch of holdings in oil and gas companies, even though she's tasked with overseeing and regulating oil and gas companies in the state of Texas, because she has to disclose those finances, those financial holdings, those conflicts of interest that exist. If Christy Craddock didn't hold any of those assets, but her husband did, you still would know that she has a conflict of interest because her husband owns all that stuff. And so Joan Huffman really wanted to pass a bill. I don't think it didn't actually pass, but she sponsored a bill to exclude your spouse from the financial reports of state legislators. So that's fun. She increased protections against libel for journalists who report whistleblower claims. That seems positive. That seems pro-First Amendment. She created heavily pro-Republican gerrymandered district maps. That's why this is important. So she was like responsible in the Senate. She was like on the committee that was responsible for drawing the insanely gerrymandered district maps that we have in the state of Texas. And she benefits herself from heavily gerrymandered district maps. And she used her position and influence to block the creation of the Timothy Cole Exoneration Review Commission, which would have created a specific commission to systematically review exoneration cases for wrongful convictions. So Timothy Cole was a guy who was wrongly convicted of rape. They were able to use DNA evidence after the fact to demonstrate that he was wrongly convicted of rape, but he got the death penalty and died. Was executed by the state wrongfully for a crime that he didn't commit. And so exoneration cases are a big deal in the judicial system so that people can say, I was wrongfully convicted here. Please investigate my case so that so that justice can be a thing that happens here. And the Timothy Cole Exoneration Review Commission was the thing that they were trying to create. And she used her position to be like, no, we shouldn't investigate, because what Republicans act like is actually all these people who say that I was wrongfully convicted they're all liars, and they're using that to forestall, if they have the death penalty. If you have an exoneration case happening, if you have an exoneration case being reviewed, that can forestall getting the death penalty, or they think that you can get exonerated for a case that you did actually commit just because the exoneration. And so anyways, it's stupid. It's like a tough on crime thing. We're not allowed to exonerate wrongful convictions. Once you're convicted, you're convicted. And so she fought that, which in part earned her Texas Monthly's worst Texas senator label in 2013. Texas Monthly puts out these really great lists every year of the worst Texas legislators. And she was on the list that year of one of the worst. So probably not great. Her record as a proven, on her campaign website, This is the level where like I'm not gonna focus on like economy, immigration, or healthcare anymore because they're just not really talking about those issues. Their campaign websites are not very detailed. And so I'm just pulling some of the highlights off of their campaign website that they kind of want you to know. On her campaign website, her record as a proven conservative leader includes fighting bail reform. So bail reform happens because people get like super high bails posted, or like there are crimes that are committed that you're just not allowed to like be able to pay bail to be able to get out of jail for. And that's bad because, again, whenever you are charged with a crime and put into jail to await your trial, you have not yet been convicted of that crime. And so the circumstances should be really severe for why you are a risk for like fleeing the state or the country, or why, you know, we're pretty sure that you committed this heinous violent crime, and so therefore you need to stay locked in jail. Whenever you have like really high bail and bond minimums, or are not allowed to post bail at all, it punishes people who have not yet been convicted of that crime. They are in jail and sit in jail, and this disproportionately affects poor people and people of Black and brown communities. You get charged with a crime, and then you sit in jail sometimes for months and years before you finally go to a trial and get proven not guilty, or like your trial doesn't happen at all because the state can't garner up enough evidence to convict you. They just threw you in jail for a little while. And so people try to reform the way that bail and bond works in our country to be more equitable and just. And she has fought bail reform, and is proud about that on her campaign website. She increased border security funding to build Trump's wall. She stopped the liberal cities from defunding the police, which doesn't and has never happened. That was a big thing after George Floyd's killing. That was like a national slogan, was to defund the police, which meant take the funding that we use to heavily militarize our police departments and use that funding, defund them, and use that funding to fund things that actually have a more demonstrably beneficial effect on crime. And so in the wake of George Floyd's killing, his murder, lots of people were saying we should defund the police. And as a reaction to that, all of the politicians in America, Republicans and Democrats included, were like, oh my God, we have to ensure that these police are funded. Let's increase their funding more. And so police budgets went up after the murder of George Floyd, not down. No city in the state of Texas was trying to defund the police, but she stopped them from defunding them. And she ended DEI policies in Texas schools and universities. Yay. Her policy priorities on her website include protecting our border, defending our Second Amendment rights from the gun grabbers. Oh no. Safeguarding our election from fraud, which doesn't happen. Standing up for the unborn, backing the blue every single time, and keeping Texas forever free, because it was in threat of not being. Forever free, forever safe, and forever strong. Good job, Joan. Maybe that's your person that you would like to vote for. Her primary competition in this primary is Aaron Reitz, who, just look at him. I mean, look at this disgusting creep. Just wait. Aaron Reitz is awesome. He served in the Marine Corps and worked as a lawyer and law clerk before serving as Deputy Attorney General for Legal Strategy for Ken Paxton. After he worked for the Attorney General, he served as Deputy Attorney General for Legal Strategy, as well as senior advisor on Ken Paxton's 2022 re-election campaign. But after that, he worked as chief of staff for Ted Cruz, And from that position gained like national prominence, I guess, and was nominated and then confirmed, appointed as the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Policy for the Department of Justice under Pam Bondi, like this Department of Justice. He was part of all those insane Trump nominations, and was confirmed by the Senate to the Department of Justice in 2025. He resigned from that position 2 months later. Went through the Trump administration, was like, this is our guy. He's going to fight for American values in the Department of Justice. Went through a lengthy and rigorous investigation to be confirmed by the Senate, and then quit 2 months later so that he could run for Texas Attorney General in this race. Like Republicans are pissed off at Aaron Reitz. Literally, I can't remember who it was that was like, it took us like a month to get him. It took us longer to get him into the position than he actually served in the position. Republicans are frustrated with Aaron Reitz. Before his confirmation to the DOJ, he deleted 4,000. He deleted 4,000 of his past tweets because he was going to be investigated by the Senate before he could be confirmed. But tweets that are still on his profile include such bangers as friendly reminder that birthright citizenship is not a thing, which is just untrue. The 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States protects your right to citizenship if you were born in the United States. How it's not a thing, I'm not sure. And I would love for the chief lawyer of our state to understand the basic details of constitutional law. And the more one realizes that marriage is more of a public institution than a private one, the more arranged marriages make a lot of sense. So Aaron Reitz is pro-arranged marriage, which is creepy, especially because of this guy's face. He also called Simone Biles a selfish, childish national embarrassment after she withdrew from the 2021 Tokyo Olympics. And he replied, there is no hard and fast rule in which a litigant must comply when asked if it may be permissible in certain circumstances for the Trump administration to defy a court order. The court can order the Trump administration to do or not do something specifically. And Aaron Reitz thinks, there's no hard and fast rule in which the Trump administration has to comply with court orders. This Simone Biles thing is funny because even like Ken Paxton had to come out and be like, "Hey, we love Simone Biles. I don't agree with Aaron Reitz on this one," and he had to come out and publicly apologize for saying that Simone Biles was selfish, childish, and a national embarrassment. Which, if you're going to be like an internet troll, you can't apologize for that stuff. What the hell? And again, these are just tweets that are still on his profile. God knows what was in those 4,000 that he deemed necessary of deleting. So that's Aaron Reitz. I had to include this picture of him. Look at this face. This is a picture. This is the first picture that greets you whenever you go to his campaign website. This picture of him with Donald Trump in his office. This is he was proud to bring. This is his first picture that you see on his website. His policy priorities include fighting alongside President Trump, cleaning up Democrats' border mess, defeating woke ideology, and securing our elections. He plans to defend Texas from bad actors by investigating waste, fraud, and abuse in the state government, because so much of that is happening. And Republicans are real, haters of fraud. We have clearly seen the Trump administration pardon multiple people convicted of fraud now. He's committed to holding big pharma accountable. That's decent. Stopping large food companies from knowingly selling Texans food with harmful ingredients. I guess that sounds good. It feels like an RFK Jr. thing. Suing big tech to put an end to censorship and force these massive companies to protect kids online. Big tech ending big tech censorship. I'm sure the first person he's going to go after as Texas Attorney General is Larry Ellison, who just bought TikTok, who's censoring whether or not you can type the word Epstein in your private DMs on TikTok, or Elon Musk, who's blocking people from Twitter for, criticizing the state of Israel. I'm sure he's real big on big tech censoring people online. And he's committed to bringing legal action against big corporations, from insurance companies to financial institutions to utility companies that harm consumers. If he really is going to go and prosecute corporations and businesses, I'm all for that. More power to Aaron Wrights and his disgusting face. Aaron Wrights to me is the guy who fits firmly into the terrible monster category, and Joan Huffman fits into the terrible person category. But it is kind of a like some of the things that he is paying lip service towards feel like decent kind of working class interests. So there's those are the competitive candidates for Attorney General. The next competitive race, and I think this is the point now where we are not talking about. Oh no, the next competitive race on the ballot, on both ballots, is Comptroller of Public Accounts. The Comptroller in Texas is essentially the chief financial officer for the state. They handle all of the financial stuff for Texas government. The Comptroller is responsible for managing the state's money, collecting taxes, awarding state contracts, and forecasting the amount of money that's available for the state's budget. The Comptroller office also holds tremendous authority over Texas' new school voucher program. This is really important, which will allow families to receive taxpayer money to cover their children's private school or homeschooling costs. Greg Abbott last year passed the Texas Education Freedom accounts, which will send taxpayer money to private schools for private school education, which is insane. And it's equally insane is oversight of the Texas educational freedom is not under the Texas Educational Agency, which would make sense. It's under the Comptroller's office, because these are funds that are going to businesses, not public schools, and so they're treated more like business subsidies than they are, because that's what they are, than educational investments. So the Comptroller controls the new Texas Education Freedom program. So they have huge power over private schools in Texas. Oh my God. Christy Craddock. Were you here, if anybody's in the chat, the last time we got to talk about Christy Craddock in 2024? She ran for re-election for the Texas Railroad Commission, which is the regulatory body in Texas, which oversees the oil and gas industry. Railroad Commission lady, yes. She oversees the oil and gas industry and is herself holds stocks in oil and gas companies, and her father owns and operates oil and gas companies, and they lease land to oil and gas companies. And she has, as commissioner, voted on disputes between companies in which she holds a financial interest in one of the parties, and voted in their favor or owns financial interests in both disputing parties. Like, just like talk about the most unimaginably corrupt official in Texas politics. That's Christy Craddick. She is an insane monster. Interestingly, she's kind of more of like the establishment Republican side, so like the terrible person category. But really, she's such of a terrible person in the terrible person category that she's really in the horrible monster category, because she's a horrible monster. She's one of the most corrupt people in. I'm not educated enough to say all American politics, but I would imagine all American politics. She is not leaving the Railroad Commission. If she wins Comptroller in the fall, she will leave the Railroad Commission. But if she loses this primary, she will be able to retain her position as the Texas as on the Texas Railroad Commission, which is ridiculous. So even if she loses this primary, she still is in Texas government. But the three competitive people, no competitive people on the Democratic side, take note. But the three competitive people on the Republican side, on your Republican ballot, are going to be Kelly Hancock, Christy Craddick, and Don Huffines, who is an insane person too. All Republicans are insane people. Like I said, as you like get to know more about all Republican candidates, which are pretty much all candidates in Texas elections, the more you recognize that Republicans are either terrible people or horrible monsters. So all Republicans, no good Republican. No good Republican, like legislator, like official, like obviously Republican voters are good people generally and are well-meaning but are completely captured against their own interests. The first competitive candidate for Comptroller is Kelly Hancock. Kelly Hancock served on the Birdville ISD school board for 13 years before being elected as representative for the 91st district of the Texas House of Representatives in 2006. In 2013, he was elected as state senator for the 9th district of the Texas Senate. Both like Birdville ISD and that 91st district in the House and 9th district in the Texas Senate are all in the Arlington area. In 2025, he was made acting comptroller. So he is the incumbent. He is currently the comptroller. He was made acting comptroller when the former comptroller resigned. And that seems to have been a weird manipulative thing that happened to like get the old guy out. The old guy went to go like work at A&M. And now Kelly Hancock is there, and it just so happened that like the old comptroller resigned right around the time when the Texas Education Freedom accounts were placed under the control of the comptroller. And Kelly Hancock is super pro private school and is super pro Texas Education Freedom, and has been the guy primarily responsible for structuring how that program is going to operate in 2026. So Kelly like I said, comptroller is highly influential. Kelly Hancock has been comptroller for the last year now. But while he was in the Senate before that, he sponsored bills to increase state funding for AT&T Stadium, which is in Arlington, to secure high-paying championship games. So, like, you know, these stadiums compete with, like, national sports organizations or state-level sports organizations for who gets to host, like, championship games, so that lots of people go there and they make lots of money. And in order to make sure that one, like it's a Texas stadium, or because like he oversees this Texas State Senate district in Arlington, he's fighting for people in Arlington in order to secure that all that money, whenever people all come to the AT&T Stadium in Arlington, in order to ensure that all that money comes to Arlington, he's fighting to get state level funding for these stadiums like AT&T Stadium so that they can be more competitive when bidding for which stadium gets to host these championship games and stuff. He also sponsored bills to increase the penalty from a misdemeanor to a felony when somebody is convicted of intentionally submitting false information on a mail-in ballot application. Cool. for those, 11 people. Less than 11 people, because all of those 11 people are all the people who were found to be guilty in some way of some kind of voter fraud, not specifically this kind of voter fraud. And he also sponsored bills to allow food establishments to sell and deliver alcohol alongside food deliveries. That seems good, I guess. I don't know. Very pro-business candidate. After billionaire investor, speaking of very pro-business candidate, after billionaire investor Warren Buffett had a private meeting with Dan Patrick, a very close ally of Kelly Hancock, Hancock quickly filed emergency legislation to benefit car dealerships in Texas like the ones owned by Buffett, which is the reason why he got put on Texas Monthly's list of worst legislators in Texas for the year 2017. So just completely captured by business interests. And while there has been no proven evidence of corruption or bribery there, the circumstances seem really fishy. His policy priorities from his campaign website include keeping the border secure by increasing funds to sheriff departments that partner with ICE. So, as comptroller, he's going to make sure that if your sheriff's departments partner with ICE, they get preferential treatment and funding. Cool. Ending DEI in state contracting, because, that's such a huge problem. And as acting comptroller, he suspended the state's historically underutilized business program. So that's cool. It is a very small program that gives some level of subsidies to businesses that are owned by historically marginalized minority groups. So that's DEI apparently, and we don't like that. He also he feels like it's important to point out that he launched the Texas Education Freedom and excluded schools with he launched Texas Education Freedom, which is the program that's giving money to private schools, and made sure that it's in part of the program that schools with ties to terrorist organizations are excluded from getting that the Texas Education Freedom funding. Terrorist organizations like the Council on American Islamic Relations, which is just not a terrorist organization. They are a great organization, a great advocacy and legal action organization that advocates for the interests of Islamic people all over the country, but including in Texas. And last year, Greg Abbott designated them as a terrorist organization in the state of Texas because they are very outspoken about the state of Israel. And supposedly, Greg Abbott said, without presenting any proof, that they have ties to Hamas, in Gaza, and are materially supporting them, which in Greg Abbott's mind could just mean saying, hey, it is insane. In Greg Abbott's mind could just be saying, hey, Israel shouldn't murder children. So that makes you a terrorist organization in the state of Texas. And therefore, schools that work with CARE, like private schools that work with CARE, there are Islamic private schools who might do CARE events at their school. They are not allowed to get funding from the Texas Education Freedom program. And I put TAF, but I mean TEF. And on his campaign website, he says that he's leading Texas Doge and increasing transparency. So that's Kelly Hancock. I put those in the wrong order. Oh, well. The next one is Don Huffines. Don Huffines really doesn't have a lot of details on his campaign website at all. And he served as state senator, but for one term, and so didn't do a whole lot. So I don't have a lot of information on Don Huffines. He owned and operated a real estate company before being elected as state senator. I think he still owns and operates that real estate company. That's just what he did before being a state senator. For the 16th district of the state of Texas in Dallas in 2015. He held that position until 2019 when he lost his re-election bid. So loser. He sponsored bills in the Senate to end vehicle inspection, but that was in 2017. That was not the ultimate bill that did finally end vehicle inspections. And he sponsored a bill that didn't pass either. That would require a 30% voter turnout for bond elections, which would functionally end bond elections in the state of Texas. No bond election. I think that no bond election has ever reached over 30% voter turnout, but the average voter turnout for a special bond election is 10%. So in no world, like, I guess it's good to like say that like an election has to be more representative of the community as a whole, but people just don't go out and vote like that. And it would just end the program of using bonds to fund state and city like infrastructure and resources. So it's a crazy bill that of course didn't get passed because it's crazy. On his very sparse website, his priorities he lists include to stand with President Trump, to run government like a business, to expose government corruption. That's a really big thing for him. He's been talking about that for a long time. To eliminate woke ideology, to end taxpayer funds for illegals, and to Doge Texas government, which sounds terrible, sounds horrifying, because we all saw how Doge went. And I didn't include endorsements for any other candidate except for Don Huffines, because then his endorsements are crazy. Endorsed by Ted Cruz, Charlie Kirk. Before he was assassinated, he endorsed Don Huffines in this race. Riley Gaines, who is the girl that lost, didn't lose, tied for 5th place in a swimming competition with a trans woman that was competing in that competition. And she's like, that trans woman cost me my entire sports career because I tied for 5th place with a trans woman, which is such a clear demonstration of like trans people are not just like automatically like dominating the sport fields that they enter into. Like if Republican fear mongering about trans people in sports were to be true, you would expect the person who beat the trans person who beat Riley Gaines to have gotten 1st place and by like a wide margin. Against all the other people competing in her race. But no, she tied with Riley Gaines for 5th place. And so Riley Gaines has since quit swimming and has made it her entire personality and career to advocate against trans people competing in sports. But she's like a huge, like nationally prominent TikTok, like Twitter person. And another endorsement is Vivek Ramaswamy, which is crazy. Anyways, I thought his endorsements were so funny, so I included them. And then the third person that is running competitively for Comptroller for the state of Texas is Christy Craddock, who is an insane person. Christy Craddock worked as a lawyer and then as a lobbyist for the oil and gas industry, for oil and gas companies seeking industry deregulation. And that was the role that she was working as whenever she got elected to be on the Railroad Commission in Texas, which is the state agency that oversees oil and gas and like mineral rights and everything that has to do with like pulling things out of the ground in the state of Texas. We'll talk more about the Railroad Commission here. Is this the one? No. Here. Yeah. The Railroad Commission regulates oil and gas production, including drilling permits and waste disposal through underground wells. It was originally established to regulate railroad tariffs, but railroads are now overseen by a division of the Texas Department of Transportation. That's why it's called the Railroad Commission, but it has nothing to do with railroads anymore. And members of a 3-person board, of which Christy Craddock is currently one, are elected statewide. One seat, which we'll talk about later, is up for election in 2026. But right now we're talking about Christy Craddock, who is running for Comptroller instead of running for Railroad Commission. She worked as a lawyer and then as a lobbyist for oil and gas companies seeking industry deregulation before she became Railroad Commissioner. Then she got elected as Railroad Commissioner in 2012. Christy Craddock and her father, Tom Craddock, who is a state representative right now and continues to pass laws about oil and gas companies, regulating oil and gas companies while they own millions of dollars in holdings in Texas oil and gas companies, and have hundreds of Texas oil and gas leases to drilling companies. They both, her and her father passes laws about oil and gas companies and regulates oil and gas companies, but Christy Craddock is part of the commission that is directly responsible for regulating oil and gas companies and owns millions of dollars worth of financial interest in oil and gas companies. Craddock receives royalties from oil and gas companies of more than $2 million per year and has received hundreds of thousands of dollars in campaign contributions from the owners and CEOs of Texas oil and gas companies. It's just bribery. It's just bribery and conflict of interest. And apparently that's completely fine. And the reason why she gets to continue being elected as Railroad Commissioner is because people don't know what the Railroad Commission is, and people aren't educated about going out and voting. So, hey, people who are in the chat, congratulations. You now have a leg up on 90 to 99% of the Texas population in going out and voting, and you know what the Railroad Commissioner does and how important that role is, and you know the fact that Christy Craddock has insane conflicts of interest. If more people knew this, and the biggest reason why more people don't know this is because people who are running campaigns against Christy Craddock so rarely, the people who are actually speaking out about her corruption run very small campaigns. We're going to talk about a couple of those people later. They run very small campaigns so they don't get recognition from the state level as a whole. And the people, oh gosh, dang, my butt is killing me. People who get recognition on the state level as a whole, who are campaigning against Christy Craddock, don't mention the corruption stuff because they're usually just as corrupt as Christy Craddock is and are running for Railroad Commission precisely because they want to regulate the oversight over oil and gas companies in their favor as well. It's ridiculous. Republican politicians are just unbelievably corrupt. All of them. And we live in a Republican state, so Lord. Christy Craddock has voted on several issues directly affecting companies and leases in which she has a financial interest. She has voted to extend permits for companies she leases to, like for example, one of the companies that she voted cast the deciding vote. Remember, it's a 3-person board. One person voted against the extension of this permit. One person voted for, so she cast the deciding vote on whether or not to extend this permit to this oil and gas company. There's liquid natural gas, and if they haven't been able to, there's byproducts of the liquid natural gas that are highly flammable. that include methane, and if they haven't been able to like get those byproducts out of their, they can only burn a certain amount of them. But if they haven't been able to get so many of those byproducts out of their refineries or whatever, above a certain amount, they can just burn off the excess byproduct, which is just burning methane into the atmosphere. They can just burn off that excess byproduct, but they have to get a permit in order to do so. And Christy Craddock was the deciding vote to allow a company to continue burning off like excess amounts of this byproduct. And the company is a company that she owns stock in. Like, that, she was like, yes, me, I can continue doing this. It's insane. Anyway, she has voted to extend permits for companies she leases to or owns stock in, and has voted to resolve disputes between companies she owns interests in. On multiple occasions, she owned interest in both in companies on both sides of the dispute. Insane. Her priorities listed on her campaign website include cutting red tape, powering Texas, and leading with results, although they're not very detailed. This is just like a paragraph from her website that is so crazy to me, because I don't understand. She put this on her website because Republicans go to Republican candidates and read a paragraph like this and are like, ooh, I want this candidate. Opening sentence of this paragraph. This is her campaigning for herself so that people will vote for her. Under Christie's leadership, the Texas oil and gas industry generated a record $27.3 billion for the state in 2024 alone. The oil companies are making record profits, and that's why you should vote for Christy Craddock? And the reasoning is like, that funding, because of property taxes, funds schools and infrastructure and law enforcement and border security. How convenient that the way that our state operates is that we can't do anything to actually help working class people unless businesses are making record profits. And she's proud of that fact. She overhauled outdated systems, cut permitting times from months to 48 hours, and brought conservative pro-business leadership to one of Texas's most powerful agencies. And she did it all while standing strong for Texas values, pushing back on unnecessary federal overreach and keeping our energy sector safe, sure. Responsible, sure. Thriving, absolutely. Anyways, that's Christy Craddock. Out of the three candidates running for Comptroller, I think Kelly Hancock, that's what I'm saying, man. Your choices between a terrible person or horrible monsters. And I think Kelly Hancock is the terrible person I'm going to vote for. Isn't that wild? What is that like to be Republicans regularly? Like, I can't imagine being a person who like wants to go and vote in this primary. I don't know. We're getting close to being done. Now we're going to talk about the Railroad Commission. Like I said, tonight we're only talking about federal, which we've already done, and state level races. Monday night we're going to talk about local level races. So we have like races for our local district for state senate. We have races for our local district of the state education board. I can't even remember what that's called. It's not the TEA. It's something different. But yeah, we have important races that are coming up. Lots of important judicial races that are coming up. And so we're going to talk about all those Monday night, not tonight. We're almost through with all of the state level candidates. The next state level candidate that is competitive is railroad commissioner, and I think that is still. Oh yeah, so like what we did here is we skipped several, so you're aware. So we talked about the attorney general. We talked about the comptroller. We skipped the commissioner of the general land office because there's only one person in the Republican primary. There are two people in the Democratic primary, but neither of these people are spending at a competitive level compared to this Republican, and it's going to be this Republican. Same thing with Commissioner of Agriculture. We skipped them. There are two Republicans, and only one Democrat, so they're definitely going to be in the fall. Oh shoot, I can't remember. One of these is spending at a increased level, and one of these is not spending competitively at all. Hold on, I can pull up. Ooh, let me not dox myself though. I have a piece of paper here, not a piece of paper, a note. Let's see here. Oh no, it's not that. Shoot. Bear with me 1 second. I can tell you who is the person. Come on. I don't want you to see all my other documents in here. There you know. So for where did this one go? For Commissioner of Agriculture, like I said, among the Democrats, Clayton Tucker is going to be the candidate, and for the Commission of Agriculture for the Republicans, Nate Sheets is the one that is spending competitively. He spent $1 million, and Sid Miller has no funds whatsoever listed with the Texas Ethics Commission. So it's going to be Nate Sheets in that one. The next competitive race on both ballots is the Railroad Commissioner. The Railroad Commissioner, like we have already said, regulates oil and gas production, including drilling permits and waste disposal through underground wells. It was originally established to regulate railroads. That's why it's called Railroad Commissioner. But railroads are now overseen by a division of the Texas Department of Transportation. Members of the 3-person board are elected statewide. One seat is up for election in 2026. And there are some fun people on here. Hey, a Republican person that's not a horrible monster is interesting. John Rosenthal is spending enough to be competitive with these Republicans, but is the only Democrat running at all for Railroad Commission, and so he's definitely going to be the guy. But then the 3 Republicans that are spending competitively are Hawk Dunlap, who I didn't know. I covered Hawk Dunlap whenever we did Railroad Commissioner in 2024. And I didn't realize he is kind of big on TikTok. He does TikTok things, where we'll talk about it a bit in a minute. And he seems like a genuinely kind of good person. So Hawk Dunlap is one spending competitively for the Republican primary. Beau French and Jim Wright, who is the incumbent railroad commissioner on the commission right now and is running for re-election. Hawk Dunlap has worked for 30 years as an oil well control specialist. So has worked for companies to go out and inspect oil wells to make sure that they're not leaking and that they're being safe, that they're following regulations and stuff like that. But he works with an activist group. He's part of one of the founding members of an activist group called the Well Watchers. There's this really great Mother Jones article. Mother Jones, if you were not aware, Mother Jones is like a super left-leaning, working-class activist kind of magazine. And they have this whole write-up. Look how sexy Hawk Dunlap looks in this picture. they have this whole write-up on the whale watchers, and it's really beautiful. Like, it's really enlightening about like how they go around and they there's all these abandoned wells in West Texas, and they go around and they inspect all these wells and see if they're leaking like just raw crude oil like onto the surface or into groundwater. And so they do really important activist work. Hawk Dunlap is a person that I'm excited to vote for. And I would go read that whole Mother Jones article. It's really good. And he's part of this group, and they go around and they inspect oil wells. Priorities that are listed on his campaign website include addressing the neglected state of Texas oil fields. So like the exact thing that his group goes out and does. Ending the neglect, incompetence, and corruption of the current Railroad Commission. Amen to that, please. Restoring responsible small government regulation. And one of his like main priorities on his campaign website is replacing the guy that he's running for, who is corrupt, but also replacing Christy Craddock, who is like insanely corrupt. So he's cool. I like Hawk Dunlap. He's a fun kind of like plain spoken guy. And go look him up on TikTok. He has these cool TikToks where he goes around and films. Is there only one railroad commission that for this election? Yes, only one railroad commission out of the only one railroad commissioner seat out of the 3. But go look at Hawk Dunlap up on TikTok. He has these TikToks where he goes and he films the work that they do with the well watchers to film and report wells that are like leaking or like bad things onto the surface or onto like into groundwater, and it's cool. They do good work. The next competitive candidate running for railroad commissioner is Beau French. He owns and operates a bunch of businesses, including French Land and Cattle, the Verity Capital Partners, and French Capital Partners firm, the Verity Capital Partners and French Capital Partners investment firms. And he's the head of the Republican Party in Tarrant County, which is where Arlington is. And Beau French is crazy. He got in some trouble for a few tweets, including such bangers as... I'm going to read some of these tweets. I'm not going to read all the words, but just prepare yourself. He got in trouble for such bangers as, "This is the gayest ad in history. I guarantee every one of these dudes is a homo." Tweeted that. He replied to like a Democrat political advertisement. He also tweeted, "Never go full R-word," in response to a tweet from former Republican U.S. Representative Liz Cheney, and he made a Twitter poll. And the options in the Twitter poll were ignorant, a liar, R-worded, or gay. Were they the 4 options to a Twitter poll titled, "If you believe Harris's policies are better for Americans than Trump's policies, you get to choose if you are ignorant, a liar, R-worded, or gay." So he got in some hot water there as the head of the Republican Party in Tarrant County. Priorities that are listed on his campaign website include reversing the regulatory stranglehold. Hey, buddy, just got home. Will there be a VOD on YouTube? There absolutely will be a VOD on YouTube. I should be able to get that VOD up before next weekend or so. But there will be a VOD on YouTube. And you still have the chance to catch the local races. We're only covering the national races and the state level races tonight. We're covering the local races on Monday. Look forward to watching the whole thing. over the course of 3 days. Okay. So we're almost done. We covered all the federal races, and we're almost done covering the national level, the state level races. This is Beau French, who's running for the Railroad Commission. And priorities that he lists on his campaign website include reverse the regulatory stranglehold, that Christy Craddock's railroad commission has on the oil and gas industry in Texas. Stop the Islamic invasion of Texas. And next to that bullet point is just a photo of a woman in a hijab. Like, as railroad commissioner, he's going to stop the Islamic invasion of Texas. He's going to end DEI's stranglehold on Texas oil. Because, all those mom and pop black and brown owned Texas oil companies that are just getting all these federal funds. They're woke. And he's going to end the CCP's influence over Texas's oil industry. Anyways, he's a psychotic, insane person. And is running for Railroad Commission. And then the third person running for Railroad Commission is Jim Wright. He is the incumbent. He's been serving on the Railroad Commission already since 2020. Jim Wright, as a member of the Texas Railroad Commission, which again oversees oil and gas companies and regulates what they can and cannot do in Texas, Jim Wright owns and operates several environmental services and waste management companies that support and work with oil and gas companies. So like businesses that help oil and gas companies stay in compliant with like national EPA laws and stuff like that. He also is the president of Environmental Evolutions National, which is an oil field waste company. So like oil fields that have dangerous byproducts that they have to dispose of. He owns a company that does that gets rid of that stuff for them. And he holds stock in other oil and gas companies and was elected to the Railroad Commission in 2020 and is the current chairman. So his priorities listed on his website include protecting Texas energy, powering America's future, cutting all that terrible red tape hampering how profitable our poor little oil companies can be, and getting projects built, and defending landowners and surface rights, and keeping Washington in check because they're regulating our oil companies too much. So those are your candidates for Railroad Commission. I look forward to being able to talk about John Rosenthal in the midterms in the fall, because that'll be a fun, actual viable option to, even though he will never win, to compete against the insane Republicans. But hey, let's get Hawk Dunlap in there. I'm voting for Hawk Dunlap. I'm so glad to have one candidate that I can be excited for voting for in the Republican primary. So the next contested election is are several judges for the Court of Criminal Appeals, and we did just skip a buttload of slots on here. So we skipped. Let's see here. We skipped Chief Justice of the Supreme Court because they're uncontested on the Republican side, and they neither of these are spending enough money to be competitive on the Democrat side. I think now at this point, neither one of them are spending enough money to be competitive. But at this point, there are a couple of like Democratic candidates that are kind of spending enough money to be competitive. But I don't want to talk about any of the Democrats for any of the justices for the Texas Supreme Court or for the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals, because, like I said, a Democrat has not held any position on either the Texas Supreme Court or the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals in over 30 years, and there's no chance that they're going to be able to hold any of those positions this year either. So there's not a lot of point in talking about them. If you want to go look them up on your own, you're welcome to do that. But this guide is going insanely long as it is. So we're not talking about Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. We're not talking about Justice of the Supreme Court for place 2. We are talking about place 7, though, right? No, we're not. We're not talking about Justice for the Supreme Court for place 7. The Supreme Court has several seats and several judges that sit on that court. The Supreme Court's primary responsibility is to oversee appellate cases for civil suits. The Texas Court of Criminal Appeals oversees appellate cases for criminal suits. Think like the Supreme Court of the United States, but split into 2 for like civil cases and criminal cases. The Texas has 2 Supreme Courts, one for civil cases and one for criminal cases. And so we're not talking about any of these Supreme Court for place 8. We're not talking about Supreme Court for place 8. A lot of these are just uncontested as it is. Are we talking about place 3? We are going to talk about Court of Criminal Appeals for place 3 because some of these people are competitive. So the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals is the state's highest criminal court. In addition to hearing appeals from lower courts, the court hears all death penalty cases. So that's good to know, as well as habeas corpus appeals from convicted felons who claim they were unlawfully punished or detained. The 9 members are elected statewide and are currently all Republicans and have been since the 90s. Only 3 seats are up for re-election on the Court of Criminal Appeals. Those 3 seats are place 3, place 4, and place 9. We're going to talk about place 3 and place 9, but place 4 is uncontested for Republicans, and it is uncontested for the Democrats as well. So, but we will talk about place 3 for the Court of Criminal Appeals. The 3 people who are spending competitively for the Court of Criminal Appeals are Leslie Fitzpatrick, Brent Coffey, and Allison Fox. These are really hard candidates to give you a lot of solid information on. I've got as much of information on their backgrounds as I can find. But because they're running to fill a seat on the Supreme Court, you know, the Court of Criminal Appeals, if they say like they're pro death penalty, then somebody who's before the court can argue that person is already pre-biased because this person advocated on their campaign website that they're for death penalty, but now they're hearing a death penalty case. They're supposed to be unbiased. If you remember, we talked about John Devine, who is on the Texas Criminal Court of Appeals. I can't remember if he's on the Criminal Court of Appeals or Supreme Court, but he was running in 2024, and so we talked about him in that election guide. And he's insane and has come out very publicly on certain issues, and so is just very obviously biased on many issues that he's supposed to be, you know, an unbiased judge for. And so for a lot of these candidates, they just don't go into detail on their political stances. They talk about like their values, and so where they clearly kind of talked about like the ideology that's leading their judicial decisions, I included excerpts from their website, but it's hard to give a clear picture for a lot of these candidates. The first of the competitive candidates is Leslie Fitzpatrick. She worked for 25 years as both a felony prosecutor and criminal defense attorney. She is currently a director within the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. So a long legal career, working specifically on criminal law. The only material on her campaign website suggesting her main priorities is the role. This is just a long excerpt from her campaign website. The role of a judge is not to make law, but to apply it as written and intended by the people and their elected representatives. In criminal cases, this means upholding the rights guaranteed to both victims and defendants, interpreting statuses according to their plain meaning, and respecting lawful decisions made by juries and trial courts unless clear legal error demands correction. I reject judicial activism and believe courts should not expand or invent rights beyond those clearly established in the Constitution or statute. Public safety, due process, and equal justice under the law must guide our work. We'll see. The current administration is not super big on due process. I am committed to ensuring fair, consistent, and principled decisions that reflect the limited and impartial role of the judiciary in our constitutional system. I don't really know what any of that specifically means. Sounds like you're like, I will follow the law, which is kind of the bare minimum that we expected out of you. But that's Leslie Fitzpatrick. The second candidate that is spending competitively for the Court of Criminal Appeals is Brent Coffey. That is his real name. He served as Bexar County and San Antonio's prosecutor and currently serves in the Election Integrity Division of the Office of the Attorney General of Texas. So works alongside Ken Paxton. Brent has no policy positions or priorities listed on his campaign website, doesn't even hint at them, doesn't give us a section where he even kind of intimates the way that his political, his judicial decisions will be made. He just has some information on his background and what he's done and accomplished in the Election Integrity Office. And so talks about how like he's tasked with investigating election fraud and stuff. And so that's like his big issue. He talks about that a lot on his website. But he does have a picture of him with Chuck Norris. So that feels like something. Maybe a big Chuck Norris fan would be inclined to vote for Brent Coffey. And then we have Allison Fox, who has worked as an attorney for the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals and currently serves as the Director of Special Litigation for the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. So she like has experience working directly with cases that see the Court of Criminal Appeals. She has no specific issues or priorities listed on her website, but this paragraph is under her values tab. I believe, and this is icky, I believe faith and justice go hand in hand, that our legal system is strongest when it reflects the moral truths rooted in Scripture. You know, like, off to sleep, we'll watch the VOD. Thank you for the value. You're welcome, buddy. We're almost done. Yeah, but the legal system is strongest when it reflects the moral truths rooted in Scripture, like, you know, we can stone women for having an affair, and that if a woman is raped by a man, she has to marry her rapist, and if a woman intervenes in a fight between two men by touching one of the men on the genitals, she has to get her hand chopped off. Like that kind of moral, you know, I don't know, moral truth written in Scripture. My commitment to service extends beyond the courtroom, whether it's serving as an at-large director for the State Bar of Texas or chairman of the board of the Taylor Housing Authority or mentoring young people in the church. I believe in being the hands and feet of Christ in my community. So super religious, which is exactly what I want in my impartial judges. Anyways, those are the three competitive candidates for Court of Criminal Appeals Place 3. We're skipping Place 4, I think it was. Yep, we're not going to talk about Place 4. We're going to skip to Place 9 for the Court of Criminal Appeals. The only two people spending competitively in this race are John Messinger and Jennifer Balido. John Messenger describes himself as a career appellate prosecutor. I don't really know what that means. Like, he just is a prosecutor against people with appeals claims, and currently works as an attorney for the Office of the State Prosecuting Attorney, representing the state in appeals before the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals. So, like, people who make an appeal and go to the Texas Supreme Court, he represents the state against their appeal in front of the court. So he has, a large amount of legal experience, especially legal experience in the Court of Criminal Appeals. Priorities listed on his website include justice through law enforcement. He actually includes a couple of priorities, but they're kind of vague. Justice through law enforcement. It's your court, take it back, and experience matters. Good priorities. This is a paragraph from his values page. People in government need more humility. Our courts are for everyone, regardless of creed, but I believe God's only son had to die to pay for my sins. Okay. He doesn't love me any more than he does the worst criminal. I'm not better than anyone whose case would come before me. Part of humility is understanding that the best use of authority is in service to others. I've had the privilege of serving the people of Texas my entire legal career. So it's kind of a nice sentiment, but made in a weirdly religious way. Okay. John Messinger. The other person spinning competitively for place 9 is Jennifer Balido. She served in the Dallas County District Attorney's Office, eventually becoming chief of the appellate division in the Dallas County District Attorney's Office. She has no priorities listed on her website, but this is a paragraph off of her homepage. Justice at Texas's highest criminal court demands more than theory. It requires real courtroom experience and sound judgment. 3 times, the governor of Texas has appointed me to the district court bench, entrusting me with decisions that carry profound consequences for victims, defendants, and the rule of law. That experience will ensure justice is applied fairly, consistently, and with unwavering respect for the Constitution. Okay. If you are turned off by weird religious zealotry, maybe this is your guy for Court of Criminal Appeals, place 9. Anybody in chat yet? Where is everybody? On a Tuesday night. Let's see if anybody even shows up to this tonight. We did all of the federal and state level candidates on Friday and talked about the James Talarico, Ken Paxton race. We talked about what were some other highly contested races? I already deleted all that out of my brain as I was getting ready for the local candidates. But we talked about every contested race, or like some of the races that we did not talk about were contested, but the people who are spending money in those races are spending orders of magnitude less money than the other people in the races. So we just talked about the people who are spending at a competitive level, and didn't talk about any of the people that are not spending at a competitive level. I think it's District 14 is Randy Weber's district for the Texas State House of Representatives, and Thurman Bartee is I can't remember if his term is over or if it's ending like at the end of this year. But Thurman Barty was the mayor of Port Arthur, and he's kind of insane. And his son is one of the candidates that we're going to talk about tonight, but we didn't talk about Thurman Barty, who is running for District 14, I'm pretty sure, State House of Representatives to challenge Randy Weber, because Thurman Barty, while he has filings with the TEC for his campaign finances, is not spending anywhere near an amount of money to be competitive with Randy Weber in our district. So he's just not going to win that, unfortunately. But, or maybe fortunately, because like I said, Thurman Barty is kind of crazy. And we might get into it a little bit tonight. I don't want to color one of the candidates that is running for Justice of the Peace for Precinct 8, which is like the Port Arthur area, is one of the candidates that we're going to talk about tonight. That's one of the races. And I don't want people to feel like, I don't want people to judge that candidate, Brandon Barty. I don't want people to judge him based off of how insane his dad is. But apparently the Barty family is like a well-established, political establishment family in the Port Arthur area. And I'm telling you, man, Port Arthur politics, they get crazy over there. They go kind of nuts. Though I have not found, I wasn't able to find any information about the Barty son. That was crazy, so that's good. But yeah, we're going to talk about, I also never really know, I almost always stream on a Thursday or a Friday or a Saturday, and have always wondered what is better, streaming during the week or streaming on the weekend, because I always figure people during the week are busy and they're more free to watch during the weekend. But then I think people have weekend plans, and I don't have weekend plans during the week. And so maybe people aren't as busy during the week as they are on the weekend. So we're going to test that theory a little bit tonight and see if we actually get anybody to show up in the chat. Unfortunately, these voter guide streams are not always the most popular topics, but I always feel like they're a really important thing to do, if only for myself to be more knowledgeable about local politics and local candidates, and for myself to be a more informed voter whenever I go to the polls. I have always expected of myself this kind of level. The level of work that I put into this voter guide is kind of the level of work that I expect for myself to have gone through in order to say that I'm somewhat done the bare minimum amount of research to be an informed voter. And whenever I don't do that amount of research, in the past, I really didn't vote for a long time, because the first time I ever voted, I was who are all these people and what are all of these races? I don't know anything about any of this. And so that freaked me out, and I just voted straight Republican ticket, because I was in high school and that was what I was taught I was supposed to do. But didn't know any of those people, and kind of knew I was I don't want to do this. And so I didn't vote for the longest time. Never voted in California. And then I got back here, and it was right around the 2020 election. It might have been the 2018 midterms. I can't remember now. But I was I need to get involved and start, actually voting. And again, went through that experience of oh man, I really am not educated enough to know what I'm doing. And so I left the voter booth that time and was the next time I'm going to go and I'm going to look up all these candidates and figure all this out. And kind of did that for myself, but not nearly as deep of detail as I do now. and still kind of felt dissatisfied with that. And we were doing a scent at my house, and I was kind of talking about how I wanted to be a more informed voter, and everybody there was talking about how they wanted to be a more informed voter. And so I was like, you know what, I will go and do the research and then present it to you guys so that we can all be more informed voters together. Because whenever I'm like teaching or like passing on information, I definitely have like a higher standard of like, I have to get this amount of information like for each one of these candidates. Than if I was just doing it for myself. And that worked really nicely. I liked that a lot, but I realized I was supposed to do the voter guide in like an hour, and I think I went over to like almost 2 hours. I went like really long, and even then I was like flying through it. That was right after the 2020 election, so maybe that was 2022. But I was just like flying through that voter guide, and then I was like, you know what? In order to get this in front of more people, I should stream it, and then I can like take my time. And I was like, I'm just gonna let it take as long as it takes, and it took like 5 hours. The first time I did it, but that's just that's how long I guess it has to take. And so now, even if there is nobody in the chat, unfortunately, I always do go through the entire voter guide just for myself, because it helps me, you know, if I can just put a face to a name and kind of understand what their personal background is, regardless of what like their policy like stances are, because so many local candidates, especially the local candidates that we're going to talk about tonight, so many local candidates are just, you know, they're running on the connections that they have in your like city or county. They're running on like community connections. They're running on like total vibes, and because that's the way that the average American voter votes, and aren't super worried about policies. And so even like policies like are a priority for me. Like the first priority is some level of background information for this person, and then the second level of priority is policies. And then especially like if whenever I'm doing information, like researching information regarding their background, usually I'll stumble upon, you know, news articles and stuff about like crazy things that they got up to in their past. And that really like solidifies for me. I'm like, oh yeah, this is you know, their policies might be very similar and their backgrounds might be kind of similar, but this person has this kind of scandalous thing in their past that I should really like keep in mind whenever I'm making a decision between voting between these two candidates. And if I just wasn't, you know, spending 20 minutes Googling every single one of these candidates, I wouldn't find those things. So that's like one of the biggest things, especially for local candidates, is you kind of want to like weed out the insane people. And we've done that. There's a couple of crazy people in tonight's voter guide, which we will talk about. Okay, I'm gonna move forward here. Am I? Yeah, we'll move forward. Let's go ahead and get started. For reference, we're doing the primaries. Yesterday was the deadline to register to vote. If you didn't register to vote, tough luck. Hopefully you are already registered to vote. You can check to see if you're registered to vote by going to the Texas Secretary of State's website. If you just Google Texas Secretary of State registered to vote, or am I registered to vote, it'll be like the first result. You can go and check that and make sure that you're registered to vote. Early voting is man, I really did that voter guide, and all that information just fell out of the back of my head. Early voting is like on the 15th or the 17th, I can't remember. All the way through the end of the month. So like the middle of February all the way to the end of February, and then election day is March 3rd. The first week of early voting is like an 8-hour day, basically And then the second week of early voting is like a 12-hour day from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then on voting day, on election day, on March 3rd, the polls will be open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. But I strongly recommend that you get there before 7 p.m. because they can close the doors on you. I gave you all this information in the first part of this voter guide on Friday, but in case you needed a recap, there's a recap. Okay. Any other questions before we move on? No, I didn't think so. Primaries for 2026. Local candidates. The first, not even the first. So what I've been doing for the other primaries is like you can see here, Richard Davis, Konstantinos Voygatsits, and Thurman Barty are all running for United States Rep District 14. For the Republicans for District 14, Jessica Forgy and Randy Weber are running for District 14. None of these people, like all of these candidates, are spending orders of magnitude less on their campaigns than Randy Weber is spending. So, because there are 91 different candidates on both of these ballots that we have to go through, I had to whittle that down somehow. And the way that I chose to do it, it's not exactly the best way to do it. I'm not a big fan that I had to do it, but I kind of had to do it. The way that I whittled it down was I went to like the FEC and the TEC and looked at all of their campaign finance filings and said, who is spending in this race at a competitive level and who is spending in this race orders of magnitude less than all the other candidates. And so Randy Weber is spending orders of magnitude more than all other people in his race. Therefore, we didn't talk about, maybe there's some like surprise upset that's going to happen here, but I don't think so. It's very unlikely. And so to narrow it down, we didn't talk about any of the other candidates running for United States Representative for District 14. We only talked about, we didn't even talk about Randy Weber because there was no competitive competition for United States Rep for District 14. For all of these, see, like, this is governor. The only person spending in a competitive level is Greg Abbott. That's what I had to do in order to whittle all of these down last time. But now that we're at the local levels are so much more different. And at the local level, so, people spend so little and you can have so much more influence for, per dollar that, how much people are spending is not really a good indicator. And especially since, we're dedicating an entire stream just to local candidates. We are going to talk about every single candidate in every competed election. So you'll see here, the local level is going to start here with State Board of Education. And this is a competitive race for the Democratic primary. For the Republican primary, where are they? There we go. For the Republican primary, there's only one person running. So we're not going to talk about Jolie Pickering for State Board of Education tonight because she will automatically advance to the general election and the midterms in the fall. So we'll talk about her then. Because there are so many different Democratic candidates running, we will talk about every single one of these candidates. But for races where neither primary is a contested race, so like for state senator for District 3, you have Bobby Tillman running, or that's not a good example. For state representative for District 21, you have Jackie Hernandez running for the Democrats. And for state representative for District 21, you have Ray Callis running for the Republicans. Neither of these races are contested. Both of those candidates will automatically go on in the midterms to run in the general election. So we're not going to talk about either of those candidates, even though that is a even though the race for that seat will be competitive, the primaries for that seat are not competitive. So if there are not multiple candidates competing for a specific seat, we won't be talking about those tonight. But for every race, so like Charlie Miller and Brett Leone are both running for state senator District 4, because this is a competed seat, a competitive primary, we're going to be talking about both of these candidates. We're going to do that for all of these. And the first local race with a competitive primary is a member for State Board of Education. If you didn't know, in the state of Texas, we have the Texas Education Agency, which is the administrative arm of the public education in the state of Texas. And then we have the State Board of Education, which is the policymaking arm of the Texas state of Texas's public education. You kind of want to think of like the same way that like the legislature makes laws, and like an agency like the FBI, works to follow those laws and enact those laws in the country, across the country. In the same way, the State Board of Education makes policy like curriculum decisions and testing standard decisions for Texas public schools, and the Texas Education Agency is the one that actually administers policies that are decided on by the Texas State Board of Education. So whenever we're talking about like what education in our state is actually going to look like, the Texas State Board of Education is an enormously important and influential body. There are 15 districts within the State Board of Education, which sets curriculum standards and approves instructional material for Texas public schools. The board also works closely with the Commissioner of Education and Texas Education Agency to develop policies and approve new charter schools. So the State Board of Education is not just important for public schools, it's also important for private charter schools. 8 district seats are up for election this year, including District 7, which is our district of the Board of Education. Here is a map of all of the districts for the State Board of Education in the state of Texas. Our district is down here, District 7 in the Southeast Texas area. And you can see it covers a pretty broad swath of territory. Over 1 million people live within the District 7 of the State Board of Education. It goes all the way down like past Galveston into Brazoria County, and goes all the way up into like Newton, Jasper, Tyler area. And it includes Jefferson County and Orange County and Hardin County. So our neck of the woods. So you have Julie Pickering, who is running on the Republican side. She's the only candidate running on the Republican side. So we're not going to talk about her. She's automatically going to advance to the midterms. We'll talk about her then. But we are going to talk about the 5 different candidates running for State Board of Education. This is one of the most this is the most fiercely competed for race in the local elections. Like governor also has like a ton of candidates that are running for it. But a lot of those aren't spending very competitively because I didn't focus at all on what these people are spending. This is the most amount of candidates for a single election that we're going to talk about. 5 different candidates. The first candidate that's going to appear on your list, on your ballot here, you can see whenever you go into the voting booth, if you live in District 7, which if you're watching this voter guide, you probably do, whenever you go into the voting booth, you will get your list of candidates for District 7, and the first candidate on the list is Ben Estrada. Nope. Ben Estrada, I could not find any personal information for Ben Estrada whatsoever. His campaign website is extremely sparse. And just, as I was Googling, looked for like news articles, looked for like on Ballotopedia, looked for like any kind of professional or career experience on like LinkedIn and stuff. Could not find anything that I could confirm was actually this Ben Estrada running for State Board of Education. So I don't have any personal information for him, unfortunately. This paragraph and a donate button are literally the only things that are on his campaign website. And this paragraph reads, Ben is a lifelong Texas, a dedicated technology educator, and a proud cat enthusiast. Dedicated technology educator where? How? I don't know. He is running for the Texas State Board of Education to push back against the right-wing extremism that has taken hold of our curriculum. Ben is committed to restoring integrity to our schools and making education fair, unbiased, and accessible for all Texans. Those are good policies. That sounds nice. So yeah, that's all I know about Ben Estrada. If anybody knows more, I would love to know more. The next candidate that's going to be on your ballot is Janelle Burse. She is actually a really cool person. She played center for the Seattle Storm in the WNBA. Not like college basketball. This is the WNBA, and won the 2004 WNBA championship with the Seattle Storm. She is a professional athlete. That's incredible. She has since worked for 2 years as a substitute teacher in Brazoria County, south of Houston. So has some experience in education. Priorities from her website include to strengthen teaching through modern standards and support by training teachers to use modern technology and supporting educator mentorship, to uphold the Constitution in public education by neither promoting nor prohibiting religion. That sounds like a really important point. And to listen to parents by protecting parental rights and supporting transparency in curriculum. So she seems cool. I mean, obviously she has a tenacious go-getter winner attitude. But I don't know, 2 years as a substitute teacher feels... That's all the education and experience that I could find for her. But Janelle Burse, she seems cool. Deborah Drake Ambrose is from Port Arthur. She worked as a transit planner for the city of Port Arthur and was on the Port Arthur School Board, the Port Arthur Board of Trustees. In 2016, she was arrested and charged with aggregate theft by a public servant and tampering with a government record, and was fired by the city. Now, I could not find if she was ever convicted for this charge, but she was arrested, like her mugshot exists, she manipulated payroll records to show that she had allegedly manipulated payroll records to show that she had worked more overtime than she actually had, and supposedly stole $800 from the city, which doesn't feel like a whole lot of money to steal from the city, but maybe they just found it really early or something. I don't know. 2016 was a long time ago. I guess people can change, but yeah, this is a lot of the experience that I was immediately able to find for her. And I could not find her campaign website, if it exists. Couldn't find any information for Deborah Drake Ambrose, other than the fact that she was charged with aggregate theft. And was on the PA school board. So she does have education experience on the school board in Port Arthur. But still. Oof. Tiffany Perkins, let's go. Tiffany Perkins is a cool person. Tiffany, I got her TikToks on my feed. She is one of the only local candidates. She is the only local candidate that has appeared organically on my social media feeds. And I'm super plugged into a lot of local politics stuff. I'm constantly researching for these election guides. I follow a whole lot of local politicians. And so the fact that she is one of the only candidates that is running a ground game effective enough to actually appear on the social media feeds of people who likely would vote for her immediately felt like a green flag for me. And then, her campaign website is a breath of fresh air. These, every candidate, every single one of these candidates, not just local candidates, Jasmine Crockett still has no issues page on her website. How is that possible? You are running for a national Senate seat. How do you don't have no issues page on your website? All these candidates have maybe 2 or 3 sentences under each issue that they list on their website, if they have an issues page at all. And I complimented James Talarico a lot because James Talarico has a very well written and thoroughly explained, like highly accessible issues page with a dozen different issues listed on it, and then paragraphs of information about Talarico's stances on those issues and how he plans to advocate for or against those issues if elected to office. That feels like the bare minimum that candidates should be doing so that voters can go and vote for them in an informed, educated way. And not lean into how ridiculous, like, the vibes-based, personality-based politics that we have in our country is. So every candidate in this election guide, at the federal and state level, their campaign websites are awful, except for James Talarico and Tiffany Perkins. Tiffany Perkins' website is great. She has, 3 great concise issues, but then underneath each one of those issues, she has paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs about her experience dealing with those issues as a public and private school teacher, and her problems with those issues, and her stances on those issues, and how she plans to advocate for or against those issues if elected to office. And that is just great. I loved Tiffany Perkins. Like, I already liked Tiffany Perkins because she appeared on my social media feed naturally, and that felt like she was running a good campaign. But then loved her campaign website so much that I DM'd Tiffany Perkins on TikTok and was like, "Hey, I do an election guide in which nobody appears in the chat usually. If you're lucky, you might have 5 to 6 people in the chat. Are you okay with risking an absolute total waste of your time to come and talk to me on my stream about the State Board of Education and why you're running for District 7 seat of the State Board of Education?" And she was like, "Sure," which is crazy. This is an insane person in a good way. And so I'm super excited. Tiffany Perkins is going to be on the stream on Friday. So you should come in and watch Tiffany Perkins hopefully speak to more than no one about her campaign and why she is running. I'm super excited about it. Tiffany Perkins has worked as the Assistant Director of Study Abroad and Student Exchange at Lamar University, as an adjunct English instructor at LIT, and a middle and high school English teacher at Kelly and Port Neches Groves. So has extensive education experience and has specific education experience in English and literature, which is a huge deal right now. The Texas State Board of Education is in the middle of voting on what is going to be the list of books that are going to be incorporated into the curriculum for Texas public schools. And right now, the list of books includes, the Bible, and just absolute no diverse representation. It's already bad enough that we have laws in Texas that say, you're not allowed to talk about the history of minorities if it in any way makes a student feel, uncomfortable because of their race, which is a code to say, like, if this makes white kids feel uncomfortable, you're not allowed to talk about it, which is kind of crazy. We already have like insane laws in the books right now, and then this is just the latest like push by Christian nationalists in our government to continue to shove Christian propaganda down the throats of our public school students, which is kind of crazy because they just won school choice. Like, the whole point behind school choice is to be like, we really want religion in our schools, and so we're not going to go to public school, we're going to go to private school, and we're going to make you pay for that. And so, like, you have the option to go to private school and have all the Bible that you want in your curriculum. Why then are you now shoving the Bible into public school curriculum? Now there is no option. Like if the Bible is successfully incorporated into public school curriculum in Texas, then there just won't be a non-religious option in our state anymore, which is insane. And that has been a big issue for Tiffany Perkins, especially recently. She's made a whole bunch of great TikToks on the topic. I highly suggest that you go and look up her TikTok. If you just search Tiffany Perkins on TikTok, you should find her. And she does great stuff on there, and has been like going to Austin to talk to the Texas State Board of Education and express her frustration with just the blatant Christian nationalist propaganda that's being incorporated into our Texas public school education. Her main priorities are academic freedom, supporting teachers, and reforming and protecting Texas curriculum and the TEA. A big thing, academic freedom is a cool point for her. I'm gonna finish reading this real quick. Other policies from her website, that's her website. I very much recommend that you go and you look it up because it's great. Include advocating for academic freedom to protect students' rights to learn and teachers' rights to teach without political interference. A great point that she makes on her website is, teachers can't educate in a way that's going to have a lasting, meaningful impact on students if they're constantly looking over their shoulder, worried that they might say the wrong word or might use the wrong pronoun and get fired for, working to give students in the Texas education system any level of robust education whatsoever. And so because an environment of fear impedes the quality of education that students in Texas get, academic freedom is one of her big priorities, to protect students' right to learn and teachers' right to teach without political interference. Other priorities include defending teachers from retaliation for teaching approved curriculum, ensuring the TEKS are inclusive, accurate, and grounded in evidence, that the TEKS are, I can't remember what the acronym stands for, but it's essentially like the curriculum guide, the actual material that teachers in Texas public schools are supposed to teach to the students. And rejecting censorship disguised as parental rights when it undermines learning and opposing voucher programs. So just great policies from Tiffany Perkins. She is the most articulate on her policies of any candidate in this race so far. And based off of the personality that I've seen from her in her TikTok videos, firmly believe that she's gonna, if elected, work really hard to fight for the policies that she's advocating for here. Tiffany Perkins, she's great. The next person running for Texas State Board of Education for District 7 is Adam Kahn. He has worked in the Houston area as a special education teacher at Lamar Consolidated ISD, as an English as a second language specialist at Klein ISD, and as director of Green Evolution, which is a landscaping company. That's I'm pretty sure, I guess he doesn't own it, but he's in like management at Green Evolution apparently. Policies from his campaign website include upgrading HR policy specifically by scanning the social media accounts of prospective employees before hiring, which I guess like that seems simple, like basic good policy, I guess. It also feels creepy, like in the way as censorious as the Texas Republican Party is in Texas public schools, like scanning your social media to see like if you were like against ICE or against Israel, like before hiring you feels a little sketchy. Incorporating security cameras in all classrooms via smart screens that are currently active in classes. That's good. I keep on getting like people advocating back and forth for cameras in classrooms. Like cameras in classrooms do like put a lot of pressure on teachers and like can be clipped out of context to make teachers look bad, but at the same time students will like maybe accuse of a teacher of something, and having a camera there to be able to clearly demonstrate that you're innocent of that accusation can be a positive thing. And Adam Kahn is committed to opposing privatization and protecting funding while increasing base salaries. So, as far as I remember, I don't think any other candidate for Board of Education talked explicitly about raising teacher salaries, except for Adam Kahn. So that's interesting. And that is all of your candidates for Texas State Board of Education. Any questions? Oh, wow. Let's see here. Now look, why does Twitch say 4 people are watching? How are there 4 people watching and nobody in the chat? That's confusing. I don't usually have like the number going because it messes with my brain to see it. Anyways. The next race, the next competitive race is state senator for District 3. Your state senator is going to go to the state legislator in Austin to pass laws in the state Senate. They work alongside, just like the federal government. Our state government has 2 houses, the Senate and the House of Representatives. A bill has to pass both houses and then get approved by the governor in order to become law. And so state senators directly work to write and pass legislation in our country. Bobby Tillman is running for the Democrats, but he's running uncontested, so we're not going to talk about him. The Republican primary is contested, though, between Rhonda Ward and Trent Ashby. Rhonda Ward is the owner and lead appraiser of East Texas Appraisal Services in Nacogdoches. So, like the upper East Texas area, the Senate map, the map for her district, District 3. You might not, if you're voting in the Beaumont area, you might not get this line on your ballot if you don't live if you're not registered to vote. In like a certain district, you just don't receive that candidate on your ballot on the machine whenever you're picking candidates. But this is a state, Texas State District, Texas State Senate District 3. So it goes all the way up into the Nacogdoches, Lufkin area, really far, like almost up into the Tyler area, and comes all the way down to the Beaumont area and kind of like, Liberty. But it only covers kind of like the northern 2/3 of Beaumont. So if you're voting in like the Hardin County area or the Orange County area, you're definitely going to be in here. But if you're voting in Beaumont and maybe like you're like in Hampshire Fannett or like China, you might not be in District 3. But the 2 candidates running for District 3 are Rhonda Ward and Trent Ashby. Nope. Go back, please. Rhonda Ward is the owner and lead appraiser of East Texas Appraisal Services in Nacogdoches, and is a licensed property tax consultant. She is the current chair of the Nacogdoches Zoning Board of Adjustment and was previously chair of the Nacogdoches County Appraisal Review Board, which is like this government, not government body that people can go to and be like, my property, was appraised way too high, and now my property taxes are too high, and so like they can like lodge a complaint against the county for like, or the city for like appraising their property too high or too low or whatever, and then the city comes and they defend their appraisal, and the Nacogdoches County Appraisal Review Board votes on whether or not. So she's involved. She's really involved in like the Republican Party in that area as well. But her experience as the owner of an appraisal company, makes her uniquely suited to really care about property rights and property tax issues. Her priorities from her website include advancing property tax reform, that means cutting taxes, protecting girls' sports and privacy, reducing insurance rates, which sounds great, actually. Keep the same level of coverage, but reduce like home insurance rates. Sounds incredible. Protecting Texas water supply. Lord, this is I'm so sorry for how terribly I typed this one up. Supporting local law enforcement and supporting President Trump's agenda in Texas. So that's Rhonda Ward. Appraisals, property taxes are kind of her big thing. Trent Ashby has worked as senior vice president at Vera Bank, which is a community bank in Lufkin. And he served on the Lufkin ISD Board of Trustees. He was elected as representative for District 57 of the Texas House of Representatives in 2012 and 2022. After redistricting, his district was numbered as District 9. So he's like in the same district, but he had to run again. Like he didn't like necessarily run for re-election for District 57. He ran for a new district, which is District 9, but it's in the same place. He continues to represent District 9 to this day. So already has legislative experience in the Texas legislature, and has been in the Texas legislature since 2012. And I really wasn't able to find a whole lot of information on like bills that he worked on that were terribly like consequential. But the few that I did find included bills that he co-authored to ban abortion after 20 weeks, to ban DEI programs, and to restore prayer and the 10 Commandments in Texas public schools. So that's fun. The 10 Commandments bill that like requires the 10 Commandments to be put into local public schools is one that he co-authored. So that's his claim to fame. Definitely seems like education is a lot more his wheelhouse, where Rhonda Ward's was more like property taxes and stuff. He has no issues page on his website. He really only has like a few paragraphs about who he is. So that is Trent Ashby and Rhonda Ward running for state senator for District 3. Running for state senator for District 4 is Ron C. Angeletti. I'm almost positive that's how that's pronounced. He's running uncontested in the Democratic primary. But then Charlie Miller and Brett Leone are running in the Republican primary. Charlie Miller is a U.S. Air Force veteran and is the owner and operator of Miller Towing and Recovery with multiple locations across East Texas. Speaking of across East Texas, here is the map for District 4. So you can see District 3 was like the upper 2/3 of the Beaumont area. District 4 is like the southern third of the Beaumont area, including Port Arthur, going all the way down like into kind of the Galveston area, and all the way up into like the north and northeast side of Houston, like the Woodlands and stuff. which this is a crazy rich area. So if you live in the lower third of Beaumont, you might get these guys instead of District 3. No. He has no issues page on his website. Here is one of the 3 paragraphs on his campaign website. Charlie isn't a career politician. He's one of us, a neighbor who's tired of the same backroom deals and political games that put special interests before the people. He's running to stand up for the little guy, protect our freedoms, and make sure Texas stays a place where families and small businesses can thrive. He owns a small business and is a U.S. Air Force veteran, so if you're big on the military, maybe this is your guy. If you're big on protecting small business interests, maybe this is your guy. Brett Leone was a jailer in the Montgomery County Sheriff's Department in the Conroe area before becoming an assistant district attorney under Harris County DA Johnny Holmes. In 2008, he was elected as district attorney for Montgomery County. The position he holds today, he is the county's longest serving DA since 2008. That's crazy. 24 years. So definitely comes from a more law enforcement background as opposed to more like of a like public civil business background. He has no issues page on his website, but of his record as DA, he says that he built specialized units to crack down on child predators, drunk drivers, corrupt politicians, and violent offenders. That sounds like the bare minimum, but that's good. I couldn't back any of this up either. Like, corrupt politicians feels like he's referring to something specific. But I Googled all around like the Conroe, Woodlands, Montgomery County area and could never find like huge news stories about like corrupt politician investigated and prosecuted. So that's the race between Charlie Miller and Brett Leone. It definitely, like I said, Charlie Miller's more from a business background. Brett Leone's more from a law enforcement background. That's the biggest way to differentiate those two candidates. The next competitive seat is for County Commissioner for Precinct 4. County Commissioner is kind of like City Council. Like if you think about like the City Council for the City of Beaumont has several people who sit on it and they all vote to make decisions together. In the same way, for the county, for the unincorporated areas of Jefferson County, there is a board of county commissioners, and they vote on policies for the unincorporated areas of Jefferson County that are outside of all of the cities. But they also have like a lot of other roles as well. Like apparently they're like a much more like on the ground kind of active role that they play in the community. There are 4 commissioners alongside the Jefferson County judge, who is like the head of basically like the mayor, but for the whole county. The 4 commissioners alongside the Jefferson County judge form the County Commissioners Court, the main governing body of the county. They exercise broad authority over county policy, adopting the annual budget and setting the property tax rate. A commissioner's core responsibility is representing their specific precinct, focusing on infrastructure like maintaining roads, bridges, and ditches. The role also involves approving major contracts, setting county salaries, and using tools like tax abatements to attract industrial projects that bring in local jobs. So they have several responsibilities, but it does seem like everything that I looked at that described the responsibilities of county commissioners did seem very like infrastructure focused for some reason. The only county commissioner seat that is contested is the county commissioner for Precinct 4. There are no Republicans running for county commissioner for Precinct 4, but there are 2 Democrats running in the Democratic primary, Everett Bo Alfred and Albert A.J. Turner. Precinct 4 of Jefferson County looks like this. You can see it grabs a lot of the east side, like the north and the south end of Beaumont, and then loops all the way down here. Tomas, you've been streaming for 54 minutes, yet I barely got my notification 4 minutes ago. What the hell, Yante? Twitch? That's annoying. Why are you not sending out my notifications? Hey, Tomas, how you doing? We're covering AJ Turner and Bo Alfred, who are both running for county commissioner for Precinct 4 right now. This is Precinct 4 of Jefferson County. It covers like the north and south ends of Beaumont, and it comes all the way like south down here into like the Hampshire Fannett area. Doing good. That's good. Good to hear. The 2 Democrats running for county commissioner for Precinct 4 are Bo Alfred and AJ Turner. Everett Bo Alfred is the incumbent. He's been the county commissioner for Precinct 4 since 2002, which is crazy. 24 years. He was a math teacher and director of criminal justice and emergency 911 services for the Deep East Texas Council of Governments, which I had to Google what the freak that is. And apparently it's the European Union, but for Texas governments. Like local governments can form coalitions with one another to help support one another, and that's what the Deep East Texas Council of Governments is. And apparently they coordinate law enforcement between each other, and Bo Alfred was part of the director of criminal justice and emergency 911 services for them, so it definitely comes from a more law enforcement kind of background. He was working with them before he was elected as county commissioner for Precinct 4 in 2002, the position that he holds to this day. During his time as commissioner, he helped establish the Summer Read and Feed program, which provides free meals to children 18 and under while school is out of session all throughout Precinct 4, which is awesome. Seriously, especially for underprivileged families, people rely on the meals that you get at school, and it becomes a huge expenditure to have to feed kids during the summer whenever they're out of school and not getting at least lunch, if not other meals as well, depending on where you are. I don't know if any of our schools locally do breakfast, but a lot of schools all over the country, some schools all in the country do breakfast, lunch, and dinner for kids, but a lot of schools do breakfast and lunch. And those meals are like I said, invaluable, especially for underprivileged families in our area. And so starting this program that ensures that children under 18 get fed while school is out of session is great. He also helped establish the Southeast Texas Super Seniors program, which offers free bus trips for seniors 55 plus. That's very cool. The Cheek Sewer Project, which was a big infrastructure project that updated a lot of the drainage infrastructure and sewer infrastructure in the Cheek area. If you weren't aware, I didn't recognize how minority of a community Cheek is. You associate rural areas like areas outside of the city, like China or Hampshire Fannett, with white people, but Cheek is really diverse, and I didn't recognize that. So that's cool. The Cheek Sewer Project. And he helped establish the Jefferson County Home Buyout Program, which buys and demolishes properties that are in severe repetitive flood risk areas, which is a very cool thing. If your home flooded during a hurricane because you are in a low-lying area, the county will help buy your home so that they can demolish your home. And then you can use that money to move somewhere else that is not going to flood. And so it definitely serves to like keep people safe, but also serves to reshape where housing infrastructure is to avoid the effects of anthropogenic climate change, which is cool. But I could not find a campaign website for Bo if it exists. That information that I was able to find on Bo is just news articles that I was able to find about programs that he started in the area. His competition in this race for county commissioner is AJ Turner, who has been on the Beaumont City Council for a while now, since 2021. Young guy, very nice, very charismatic. I feel like there are people kind of in Bo's district that are kind of in Precinct 4 that are looking for new blood or whatever, and that's very much like AJ is young, charismatic, go-getter. So it does seem like this is a very competitive race, precisely because AJ is really, really going after it. His campaign website is really decent as well. AJ works as director of operations for TGPA LLC, which is like a shipping company that works with like FedEx and stuff like that. And he was elected to the Beaumont City Council as city council member at large in 2021, the position that he holds to this day. Beaumont is split into several wards, and city council members represent their specific ward, but there are 2 at-large members on the city council that represent the entire city as a whole, and that is the position that AJ Turner won in 2022 and has been able to hold since then. On the city council, he worked to freeze water rates for seniors for the first time in Beaumont's history, which is definitely a big deal. And that was a campaign that he very much spearheaded to get the water company in Beaumont to freeze rates for, I can't remember for how long, for a good amount of period of time, to not raise prices, because Beaumont loves raising our water bill prices. So he worked really hard to freeze water rates for seniors, and to create a tax reinvestment zone around the downtown area. It's called a TIRC, tax increment reinvestment zone, which is essentially, I mean, it's a good step. Why it took so long to make a TIRZ for the downtown area, whenever the entire city council's whole reason for running is always that they want to revitalize downtown. What a TIRZ is essentially you take the amount of property taxes that you get from a certain area, so you draw a fence around the downtown area, and you say, this is the amount of property taxes that this area has brought in for the last 15 years or something. And so because it's brought in that amount of taxes for that amount of time, then we can expect that we will get property taxes from that area at about this level. As people invest more in the downtown area, the value of businesses and properties in the downtown area will go up, which means the city will pull more property taxes out of the TIRZ. But because you establish a TIRZ, you establish a baseline whenever the TIRZ is established of the amount of property taxes that you're expecting to bring in, and as investments happen inside the TIRZ, any property value that's taxed above what the baseline was gets rededicated to be spent directly back into the Z, instead of like normally what would happen is you would pull property taxes out of the downtown area, and then those property taxes would be distributed across the entire city, where it creates like a compounding effect, so that as people invest more in downtown, the fruits of that investment get reinvested back in downtown and don't necessarily go to the entire city as a whole. And the TRZ is there for a limited amount of time. It's not like forever or anything. And so that sounds like a cool thing. That was a smart business plan for AJ to have done. I didn't include on here, did I? I don't think I did. He also brags about like writing the legislation that set up the whole like tax funding infrastructure for the hotel downtown that they're wanting to build, which is ludicrous and ridiculous. And so I don't know why he's like bragging about that on his campaign website so much, but he is. The main priorities from his website include true strategic planning, roads and bridges, economic development, disaster readiness, and a healthy work environment. Those sound good. I don't really know what those mean. He does go into kind of some detail on each one of those points, but they still don't help me really know what those mean. So, it is what it is. Other priorities include offering relief to our seniors if incentives like tax abatements are offered to large industries, which is a point that I did appreciate. Like AJ is actively pointing out that oftentimes we give tax abatements to these huge corporations and they come and they like provide jobs or whatever, but they make like billions of dollars in profit by coming in and not having to pay property taxes for a certain amount of time. If we're going to give corporations a huge cut like that, then we need to demand something in return from the corporations that's actually going to materially help the citizens of the Precinct 4, which I appreciated that, like, most people are like, we're going to give tax abatements to everybody because whenever business does well, people do well. And AJ just didn't stick to that kind of like rhetoric. He very much was like, we're gonna do tax abatements, but those corporations need to pay up to like help people here, which feels like the bare minimum. But lots of people don't make it to that bare minimum level. So I liked that messaging from AJ. Are offered to large industries, and partnering. Other priorities from his website include partnering directly with constituents to create a street and infrastructure needs assessment plan, which is like a town hall, I guess, essentially, or maybe like some kind of like citizens association where he's gonna like have conversations directly with citizens in Precinct 4 about like what are the roads and infrastructure issues that we need to address like immediately. So that's cool. So that's AJ. Those are his plans. And that is Bo and AJ, who are both running for Precinct 4. Any questions, Tomas? Since you are the only one in chat. If you are even still in chat. Moving on. So now we're going to go through a whole bunch of, like, this is like the biggest block on your ballot. And it very much depends on where you live. These precincts are relatively small, so you're probably only going to get like one of these. There's 4 precincts total, but I know they're counted as 1, 2, 4, and 6. That it drives me nuts. Where are 3 and 5? I don't understand. I do. That is so funny that you pointed that out, because that takes me off. Because on the, like, if you look at the ballot here, and you go through the county commissioner precincts, you get, so like one of the things that we didn't cover at all here are all of these judges, because none of them are contested. Like they will contest each other in the midterms, but none of their primaries are contested. So we didn't cover any of these judges. County judge we didn't cover. But yeah, so like I was going across both ballots, making sure I covered every race, and you have county commissioner. Let's see. Yeah, you have county commissioner 2, county commissioner 4, and that's it. And so like I had to like go look up. I was like, where is you? We went to 2 and we went to 4. Is 3 in there somewhere? And sure enough, there is no precinct 3. Why that's the case, I don't know. It drives me crazy. Anyways, the next biggest block is going to be a lot of these justices of the peace. One vote in the air in. Speaking of all these local races, your vote really, really matters in these local races because so few people are voting. Your vote just legitimately makes so much more of an impact. For example, one of our justices of the peace right now is a guy named Joe Guillory, and he won his seat for justice of the peace. Guess, Tomas. Guess by how many votes? Because neither candidate got a clear 50% of the votes. Okay, well, don't be crazy. Neither candidate won 50% of the votes, so it went into a runoff, and in the runoff, he won his seat by 10 votes. 10. That's crazy. Not 10% of the vote. 10 individual people. Wild. So that's what I mean is like your vote matters in these races, especially for these justices of the peace precincts because they are so small. In fact, let's go ahead and look at this map of these justice of the peace precincts. Justices of the peace, if you weren't aware, 10 people, it's crazy, are essentially judges. They have like a whole lot of judicial roles where they hear cases and decide on cases. But they also do like really important things like order autopsies and sign off on search warrants. And so they interact with law enforcement very frequently and are expected to know the law of like, do you can the cops go and search this area? And whenever I sign off in the search warrant, do I need to restrict it to just, you can only look in the living room. You're not allowed to like search warrants can and should be really specific like that. And so having good judges in here, I don't know, like I prefer a judge that's going to be relatively antagonistic towards law enforcement because that means that they're going to be more on the side of the people. But I feel like a large prevailing opinion about judges is that they should cooperate with law enforcement, like they're on the same team. Anyways, these are the different. The JP map is different from the Constable Precinct map. Oh, interesting. These are your JP precincts. They do also don't count 3 and 5 here for whatever reason. I don't know. Maybe 3 and 5 are like unlucky numbers or something. Is it a superstition thing? I think what's more likely is there were like populations. There were like areas that were more populated and they became less populated. So whenever they redrew the district maps, they like 3 and 5 got eaten by other districts. I think that's probably what happened. But anyways, you have these. This is your district map, and so you can see like, what are we talking about here? Precinct 1, place 2. Precinct 1 is the only district that has 2 judges in it. 7, 8, 9, yeah. Precinct 1 is the only one that has 2 judges in it. Only 1 judge is here for the rest of these precincts. But Precinct 1 only covers like kind of the west end and a bit of the north end of Beaumont. Precinct 6 is just like the south end of Beaumont. 4 is like the Finette China area. 2 is like just the Port Arthur area. 7 is the PNG area. So these are relatively small precincts, and your vote is going to really matter here. Don't be surprised if you're looking for specific candidates from this election guide, and they don't end up on your ballot because you just might not live in their precinct. No. Justices of the peace preside over small claims and minor criminal cases, including evictions and traffic tickets. So that's really important. The office is established by the state constitution and serves as an accessible local court. Justices are elected from specific precincts within their county to 4-year terms. In Jefferson County, all 6 JP seats are next up for election. Not all of them are contested, so we're not talking about all 6, but they are all up. The first one that is contested is Justice of the Peace for Precinct 1, Place 2. Joe Evans is the only person running on the Republican ticket, and so he's uncontested. We're not going to talk about him. But Joe Evans actually is the former head of the Jefferson County Republican Party. So because he's vacating that position, we are going to talk about county chair for the Republican Party later. Because there are a couple of people running for that position, since Joe Evans is leaving that position to try to become Justice of the Peace. But because he's uncontested, we're not going to talk about him. We're only going to talk about Stacey Lewis Jr. and Ben Collins, who are running for the Democratic ticket. Stacey Lewis Jr. is a U.S. Army veteran and licensed barber and cosmetologist. He was elected to the Beaumont ISD School Board in 2021. Maybe that's a red flag. And served as the board's vice president. Depends on what your opinion of BISD is. I feel like a pretty strong prevailing opinion about BISD is that it's pretty awfully mismanaged. And this is one of the guys who is managing it. And during his tenure on the school board, the school district did so badly that the TA is now coming in and taking it over. So maybe that's a red flag for Stacey, maybe not. Priorities from his campaign website include implementing you're gonna see these repeated a lot. Judges are hard to pin down on specific issues. Judges are hard to pin down on specific issues because I said this before in part 1, but they're supposed to be fair and impartial. And so if they advocate strongly for specific issues before they get into office, then legally, a lawyer might be able to say, well, this judge advocated for this position before he ever came into office, so he's biased. So judges usually try to be pretty vague about what their stances are on issues. So you're going to see a lot of the same kind of priorities crop up on all of these different judges of the peace from their website. But priorities on his campaign website include implementing a clear and consistent bond system based on facts, not arbitrary decisions. One would hope so. Fostering collaboration between Beaumont ISD, city officials, and law enforcement, which his background as a member of the BISD school board, and certainly a lot of young kids are involved with with law enforcement in our area, especially a lot of young black kids, and having a judge that is sympathetic on the side of students, that feels healthy. And especially one that is explicitly saying he wants to foster a greater spirit of collaboration between Beaumont ISD, the city, and law enforcement. That feels healthy to me. He wants to address truancy and delinquency with proactive engagement rather than reactionary measures. So again, really kind of drawing on his education background. And utilizing modern technology and data-driven solutions to enhance the court experience. So that's Stacey. Ben Collins is the incumbent. He already holds the position of Justice of the Peace for Precinct 1, Place 2. He was a deputy constable at the Jefferson County Constable's Office and deputy sheriff at the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. He was elected as Justice of the Peace for Precinct 1, Place 2 in 2018, the position that he holds to this day. So definitely comes from a far more law enforcement background, where Stacey comes from a more civilian background. I was not able to find a campaign website for Ben Collins, if it exists, and wasn't able to find any articles online that shared more than one or two details about actions that he's taken as Justice of the Peace. Really couldn't find any details whatsoever about what his tenure as Justice of the Peace looks like, which maybe no news is good news. There are a couple of articles where it's like, Justice of the Peace Ben Collins ordered an autopsy whenever this body was discovered or whatever. But other than that, like very routine kind of stuff. But that's Ben Collins. I just don't, because he doesn't have a campaign website that I'm aware of. I don't have a lot of information about like his kind of issues or policy priorities. But I think the big differentiation between Stacey and Ben is Stacey comes from a more civilian background, and Ben Collins comes from a more law enforcement background. Your candidates for Justice of the Peace for Precinct 2 are Ja'Cory Narcisse? Not sure. Joe Guillory, which, god dang, look at how hot he is, and Brandon Barty. Justice of the Peace for Precinct 2, like we saw in our map, this is Precinct 1, which is like the downtown Beaumont, West End area. Precinct 2 is all the way down here in the Port Arthur area. So these are all like running for a Justice of the Peace in the Port Arthur area. Nobody's running for the Republicans. 3 people are running for the Democratic ticket. The first of which is Ja'Cory Narcisse. I'm not sure. Ja'Cory works at Best Buy. He studied at Texas Southern University, Lamar University, and Prairie View A&M University. I could not find his campaign website if it exists. This information that I learned from him, I was only able to find because that's the information that he has on his Facebook page. He did run for Port Arthur ISD Board of Trustees last year in 2025. And the Port Arthur News reached out to him. Oh, not the Port Arthur News, the Beaumont Enterprise reached out to him because they do great, like if you're also looking for like extra resources to learn more about candidates, the Beaumont Enterprise usually will go and interview most candidates that are going to be on the ballot, and they'll lump them all together. Like they'll do a whole article, really running on name recognition alone. What name? I can't pronounce it. Narcisse. What was I saying? Oh, the Beaumont Enterprise will do these are all the candidates running for Port Arthur ISD Board of Trustees, and then they'll give each one a section. And what they did is they went and asked each one of them the same set of questions, and then they'll post all of their answers to those questions. And the Beaumont Enterprise did interviews with each candidate for Port Arthur ISD Board of Trustees last year. And under Ja'Cory's section, it says that he did not return multiple requests for comment. So I don't know how serious Ja'Cory is about running for the seats that he's running for. But yeah, couldn't find any information about Ja'Cory other than from his Facebook page that he works at Best Buy and studied at Lamar. But that's Ja'Cory. Maybe you want somebody who has absolutely no legal or legislative experience or education. Whoops. This is Joseph Guillory. I included 2 pictures of Joseph Guillory because this is his official picture on his, because he is currently the Justice of the Peace for Precinct 2. And if you go to the page for Justice of the Peace for Precinct 2, this is his official picture that's on it. The one on the left. And then this hot one of him from a GQ magazine is the one from his campaign website, which I have it listed on the slide, josephguillory.com. Go check it out. because it's incredible. It is like, it's one of the best made campaign websites I've seen. It's crazy how well done his campaign website is. And like all of like the photography is like, like he spent hundreds of dollars on this campaign website, which is crazy. Joe Guillory was a minister, businessman, and law enforcement officer. That's quite the trifecta. Before serving on the Port Arthur ISD Board of Trustees. It seems like everybody who runs for a position in Port Arthur somehow started on the Port Arthur ISD Board of Trustees. He was elected as the Jefferson County Justice of the Peace for Precinct 2 in 2022, the position that he holds today. And priorities from his website, josephguillory.com, include ensuring fair, impartial justice for all while operating with fiscal responsibility and open communication. Okay. Advancing the office through modern tools that increase productivity, accessibility, and efficiency for the citizens we serve. I don't know what it is about that. He has like he has this like AI reader that reads his policies to you whenever you go to his website. And I don't know what it is about that bullet point that makes me feel like he's like talking about AI like in the courtroom. I don't know. That's entirely my speculation. Maybe that's not true at all. But like modern tools that increase productivity and efficiency, that feels weird. And strengthening mentoring programs, building partnerships, and staying informed through ongoing legal education and policy review. That sounds good. He really spent money on that photo shoot. There's more photos on his website. I know! It's crazy. Like, it just is so well done. Like, it blew my mind. Like, I found his website and I was like, oh my god. Like, there's this TikTok sound of like this. I don't even know what it's from, but this TikTok sound of this woman. She's like, "Oh my god," and then she like just completely switches up her tone, and she's like, "Oh my god," like, and the idea is like a really scary hot person transforms into like a crazy, a really scary ugly person transforms into a really hot person. And that's how, like this picture from, I don't know how to do it. From that picture to this picture made me think of that sound from TikTok. Anyways, that's Joe Guillory. And then the third candidate running for Justice of the Peace, Precinct 2, is the son of Thurman Bartee. He's the son of Port Arthur Mayor Thurman Bartee. He worked for Port Arthur ISD in shipping and receiving and as an elementary school coach. He was elected to the Port Arthur ISD Board of Trustees in 2015, the position that he holds to this day. He actually has served as the president of the Board of Trustees for Port Arthur ISD. Priorities on his website include to uphold equal justice for all. One would hope so. Make the courts work for the people, be present in the community, and to lead with accountability and integrity by openly sharing court performance metrics. That's kind of interesting. Avoiding conflicts of interest. One would hope so. And maintaining a courtroom atmosphere of professionalism and fairness. Bartee also feels like he's pretty young. Ja'Cory felt really young as well. So maybe like if age matters to you, maybe Bartee is kind of your guy. Like I said, this is the son of Thurman Bartee, which just give Thurman Bartee a Google if you want. But I don't want to talk about the details about how crazy Thurman Bartee is because I don't want, like, he's not Thurman Bartee. He's Thurman Bartee's son, which makes him a different person, you know. Former PA mayor, he was ousted. I know. That's what I'm saying. Thurman Bartee is crazy. Look up Thurman Bartee. This is his son. Anyways, those are the three Democratic candidates running for Justice of the Peace for Precinct 2. Okay, this is another crazy one. These are the candidates running for Justice of the Peace for Precinct 4. I'm not going to talk about some of the craziness, for these people. But so for both of these candidates, there are some crazy, weird stories floating around there. Southeast Texas Political Review has interesting stories about these candidates. Texas Conservatives and what is it again? Texas Conservative Republican News has some really interesting stories about some of these candidates. There's this guy, something Bellow, Bellow. If you just Google Bellow and like Mo Malfino, he's like super big on Facebook, and like I said, there's some weird stuff floating around about both of these candidates from sources that I don't feel like. I'm not saying that they're not reputable, but they don't meet the standard of reputableness that I want to be able to say some of the insane things that they say about these candidates. I don't want to say those things. But if you're intrigued by those things and you feel like that's going to weigh on your decision here, I also I spend 20 minutes to an hour researching each one of these candidates. I just don't have the time to dig through court records and filings and investigatory paperwork. I don't have time to dig through all of it to weigh the veracity of the claims that are made about these people. So interesting things are alleged about these people. I'm not saying that they're true, but those exist out there, and you might want to go look those up before you make a decision about these people. But I didn't include any of those details in this guide. It is interesting. The two people running for Justice of the Peace for Precinct 4 are Mo Malfino and Justin Chesson. Mo Malfino worked for 13 years with the Port Arthur Police Department before becoming Assistant Chief of Criminal Investigators for the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. He left the DA's office in 2021. And I looked everywhere. I can't find what he's been doing since then. I don't know what he does now, but he left the DA's office in 2021. He doesn't have a campaign website. He does have a campaign Facebook page, and there's a couple of graphics on there that kind of communicate what some of his policy priorities would be. The policy priorities on those graphics include fair and transparent courts, which one would hope. Being available 24/7 for public safety, that's an interesting point that no one else has made sure to specify. He says, he's going to be on call, which also kind of one would hope if something happens in the middle of the night and cops need a warrant or whatever, or whatever, they should be able to call this guy. And keeping youth on the right path. So youth is a specific concern for him. And then the other person running is the incumbent, Justin Ray Chesson. I can't find any information about Justin Chesson other than that he was fire chief for the Hampshire Volunteer Fire Department. So I don't know what he did for work before he was elected as Justice of the Peace for Precinct 4 in 2024. He comes from a big family. Apparently the Chesson family is big in the Hampshire Finette area. And he loves his dad. I think his dad is dead. And just his dad, I don't think his dad is dead. He's just constantly posting about his dad, which is interesting. I couldn't find any. So he doesn't have a campaign website. He does have a campaign Facebook page, but that entire Facebook page is just like pictures from events or notices about upcoming events. Like none of it communicates in any way that I was able to ascertain just from skimming a lot of it. None of it really communicated any of his specific policy priorities. So it is what it is. But those are your two candidates running. You got Mo Molfino and Justin Chesson. Your two candidates running for Justice of the Peace Precinct 8 are Melanie Ned and Kaylin Gardner Sr. This picture of Melanie Ned, I couldn't find any information about Melanie Ned. Hardly everywhere. I did find her Facebook page, and it does have some pictures of her, but like from 2018, like this was the most recent photo I could find of her, and it was from like a person with 0 followers on Threads. Threads is constantly coming up in Google search results for some reason. I don't know why it's so like highly prioritized, but as I was searching for Melanie Ned, I found this person who has 0 followers who posted on Threads that they were like annoyed that like the Jefferson County Democrats had made some post and they had left Melanie Ned out of it, and they included her picture from this event at the Jefferson County Democrats. And that's the most recent picture I can find of her. She worked as a teacher for the Federal Bureau of Prisons and studied at Lamar University. Those are the only 2 points on her Facebook page. I don't know what teacher for the Federal Bureau of Prisons means. Does that mean like juvie? Like in juvenile detention you taught? I don't know what that means. But excuse me. That's what she says she is her work experience on her Facebook page. I could not find her campaign website if it exists. The Port Arthur News was doing a voter guide like how the Beaumont Enterprise was doing. And they said they couldn't reach her for their voter guide. So, Melanie Ned, teacher for the Federal Bureau of Prisons. That's all the information I could find on her. The other candidate running for Justice of the Peace for Precinct 8 is Kaylin Gardner Sr. Thurman Barty is going to come up here again. I don't think I included details about him in this. He is the senior pastor of First 6th Street Missionary Baptist Church in Port Arthur. So if religion in the judicial system is something that's a big priority for you, maybe this is the guy. And he is owner and operator of Restoring Faith Christian Counseling. He studied at United Theological Seminary and Trinity Bible College, so I mean, is well educated. In 2024, after his predecessor Tom Gillum resigned from the Precinct 8 seat following a sexual harassment scandal, Gardner was appointed to fill that seat. So Gardner, since 2024, has been serving as Justice of the Peace for Precinct 8, but he was not elected to that position. He was appointed to that position because Tom Gillum resigned from that position because he was sexually harassing people. like the details of these sexual harassment cases are crazy. And part of the deal, like the people that were suing him for sexual harassment, part of the deal was that he wasn't allowed to hold or run for office anymore. And so he had to resign. That was Tom Gillum, Kaylin Gardner's predecessor. Kaylin Gardner had nothing to do with any of that and isn't associated with any of that. He might be better as a pastor/counselor than JP shrugs. I don't know. Maybe. But like I said, Kaylin Gardner had nothing to do with any of Tom Gillum's insanity. It's funny. I bring up Thurman Barty because Thurman Barty was the justice for Precinct 8 before Tom Gillum and had to resign from his position from Precinct 8. And then Tom Gillum had to resign. So no, I mean, that's not what I'm saying at all. Kalen Gardner, he seems nice. He's a pastor. So, priorities from his campaign website include being committed to equal justice for all, one would hope, driven by purpose and accountability, and being a judge who belongs to the community. So, those are his priorities. Those are Melanie Nadd and Kalen Gardner Sr. And the last seat, the last thing that's going to be on your ballot that we're going to talk about, there are a couple of things that are going to come after. We'll talk about those. There's going to be a couple of things at the end of your ballot that you can vote for, but we're not going to go into detail about any of those things. But the last seat that we're going to go into detail about on your ballot is county chair. So on both ballots, you have precinct chairs and county chair for each political party. So voting precincts are essentially neighborhoods. Do I have the... Yes, I do. And they're small. Like, you will almost certainly get none, if, very few, if any. You'll be lucky to get a voting precinct on your ballot. Because, like, this is the size of, like, some of these voting precincts. These are voting precincts for the Democratic Party for Jefferson County. Like, look at this. This is like 6 buildings. Like, and so a lot of these seats are vacant, as you can see, because very few people actually run for these. And whenever they do, I mean, it just makes that person responsible for organizing action for their political party in their voter precincts. Yeah, neighborhood sized. The ones that concern us, though, are the Republican Party precincts, because several of the precincts are up for election. Because these precincts are so small, we're not going to talk about any of the precinct elections, but the county chair is the person who heads up the party. You look pretty smart. Thank you. The county chair is the person who heads up the entirety of the political party for the county. The county chair for the Democratic Party is uncontested, so we're not going to talk about him. And the county chair for the Republican Party has 2 people running for it. The county chair leads a political party's organization at the county level, overseeing primary elections and managing local party affairs. The position is established by state election code to administer party business locally. County chairs are elected by votes from their own political party in each county during the primary elections. For the Republican Party county chair, there are 2 candidates running. You have Brian Markland and Shiloh Platts, who's an interesting character. If you've ever watched any of Texas Talking, I highly recommend you do so, because Shiloh Platts is awesome. Like, you have to look up Texas Talking. It's so funny. But clips from his show are great. But the first candidate that's going to appear on your ballot for Republican Party county chair, only if you're voting in the Republican primary, is Brian Markland. Brian Markland served in the U.S. Coast Guard and has worked as the Chief Operations Officer at Foster Safety LLC, a safety and emergency management firm in Beaumont. He currently works as a safety and emergency management executive in the petrochemical industry. He says that on his campaign website. I think that might mean Foster Safety LLC, but he doesn't say that specifically. But he's listed as working at Foster LLC on Ballotpedia. He currently serves as Precinct 25 chair. So he's already the chair of one of the precincts, but now he's looking to make it up to the county chair. The last person who was Republican Party county chair was Joe Evans. If you remember, he's running for Justice of the Peace. He does have a campaign website, but he has no issues or priorities listed on that campaign website. So, and then the other person running for Republican Party county chair is Shiloh Platts. He hosted. He's the host of Texas Talkin'. Highly recommend that you go and look it up because it's so funny. A local conservative radio show. And is president of the Golden Triangle Young Republicans. Seems to be very involved in the local Republican Party in Jefferson County. However, whenever you go searching up Shiloh Platts, you're going to find an article from the Texas Voice that's all about Shiloh Platts, because Shiloh Platts ran in 2021 to challenge Dade Phelan, which, okay, because Dade Phelan's too woke. Shiloh Platts ran to challenge Dade Phelan in 2021, and the Texas Voice did like a big investigative article into Shiloh Platts to kind of figure out who he was running against Dade Phelan, and they found a lot of details about Shiloh Platts, and the Texas Voice is more reputable than, like, I feel like, I'm not saying, like I said, I'm not saying that Southeast Texas Political Review isn't reputable, but the standard that they set for themselves is lower than a standard that I'm comfortable with to say that, like, something is true. The Texas Voice kind of fits into that category, but is their standard is a bit higher than something like Southeast Texas Political Review. And so I probably wouldn't have included this in the election guide if Shiloh Platts just hadn't just admitted to all of it. So when Platts was running to challenge Dade Phelan as Texas House Representative, an investigation by the Texas Voice reported that Platts was denied an insurance license in the state of Utah, which apparently you have to, like, apply to be able to, like, broker insurance in the state of Utah with a judge. And the judge rejected his application for a license, citing a 2011 Class B misdemeanor theft conviction and an unpaid $1,769 civil judgment. So I couldn't find the details about this civil suit, but somebody successfully sued him for almost $2,000. And I also don't know if he's fully paid that back or not, but he owed them $2,000 for something, and has a Class B misdemeanor for shoplifting. And then there are videos that people have posted online. Vape store owners in Utah, Shiloh Platts was, like, selling them products. Vape store owners in Utah were posting that, like, Shiloh Platts had sent them either the wrong products or, like, didn't send them the products at all, and it was taking forever, and he kept on, giving them the runaround. And so they put out a video being like, watch out for Shiloh Platts because he's out here scamming people. And several other owners of vape stores in the comments of that video were like, yeah, Shiloh Platts, did dirty by me as well. And in the Texas Voice article, after it came out, the Texas Voice put an update on the article that included Shiloh Platts making a statement from his campaign in 2021 saying that that all of this is true. That, whenever he was a kid, he was stealing, but he's a different person now. That was a long time ago. And that, these vape stores, they're just disgruntled customers of his. They've been going back and forth, and he had a contentious relationship with them from the beginning. But, like, he confirmed the Texas Voice's reporting, and then, like, just the day after, or like a couple of days later, dropped out of the race. So that's Shiloh Platts. I'm not saying that, like, Shiloh Platts is a bad person or anything. Like, who cares about shoplifting? But Republicans care about shoplifting. And so if you're voting in the Republican primary and somebody with a criminal record like this is, if your choice is between a person without a criminal record and a person with a criminal record, I don't know. That just may be something that you want to consider as you are voting. And I could not find his campaign website, if it exists. So that's Shiloh Platts. Like I said, go look up Texas Talking, because it's great. And those are the candidates for Republican Party county chair, which means we're done. That's every race on your ballot. On Friday, we covered all of the federal level races and state level races. And now today, we've covered all of the local level races. And every local level candidate in a contested primary. The very few items on your ballot that we're not going to cover are all of these different Republican Party precinct chairs. Like I said, they're so small that, you're almost certainly not going to get any of those. If you're even voting in the Republican Party, you're almost certainly not going to get any of those on your ballot. And then the last thing is like a long list at the very end of your ballot are going to be both the Democratic Party and Republican Party primary ballot propositions, which mean nothing at all. They're a poll. They're an opinion poll that have no influence whatsoever on actual legislation. They are just opinion polls appended to the ballot so that the given political party can get a better feeling on what their voters think about certain issues. But we all know how well both political parties, leadership represents their voters. Question: can someone vote in a primary as a third party? No. Those are all going to be independent candidates. So like they're outside of the Republican Democratic primary. Maybe I think that like if there were multiple candidates, like for the Green Party, if there were multiple candidates, then maybe that would be included in the primary. But I've never seen that before in my time in voting. But there will be, like, just because like Randy Weber is somebody who is contested, but is going to be like the Republican candidate, and Randy Weber is actually not a good illustration. Somebody like here for Justice of the Peace, for Precinct 8, Melanie Ned or Kalen Gardner Sr. are going to be one of the candidates for the Democratic Party, and there are no candidates for the Republican Party. That does not mean that they automatically become the next Justice of the Peace if they win the primary, because independent candidates and third-party candidates can still appear on the ballot in the fall. And they don't necessarily appear on your primary ballot. But that is a good question. Like I said, I think maybe if there is a contested primary for like Green Party or Libertarian Party or something, maybe those would appear on your primary ballot, but I'm not sure about that. Anyways. So at the very bottom of your ballot are going to be, if you pick the Republican Party ballot, are going to be these precinct chairs, but then are going to be all these opinion polling things you can just answer. I mean, I don't not vote on them. I think that you should vote on them. But like I said, they mean literally nothing. They are just things that like the parties are like, we will bring these into consideration whenever we make decisions about the leadership of our party, because both parties so represent the people who vote for those parties. So just vote your heart on all of those, whatever you think. And you might want to go, like you can see here on the sample ballot. If you search Jefferson County election sample ballot, it should be the first result. And you should get like this sample ballot if you want to go download this. The way that I always, because you can't bring your phone to the polling place, the way that I always do it is I print out the ballot that I'm going to use, and I fill in all the bubbles, and then I bring this piece of paper that I printed out into the polling place. What's it saying here? Oh, so you can see like for the Republican Party, you have these propositions. Proposition 1. Texas property Texas property taxes should be assessed at the purchase price and phased out entirely over the next 6 years through spending reductions. Oh my God. We're going to phase out property taxes, guys. Don't worry. So as a Republican, you can say, yes, I think we should abolish property taxes, or no, I don't think we should abolish property taxes. For the Democrats, you have a survey. Texas should expand Medicaid and ensure access to affordable health care for all. Yes, absolutely they should. So you can just kind of vote whatever your opinion is. It's an opinion poll. And it just doesn't mean a whole lot, very significantly. And that's everything. That's all the stuff on our ballot. Tomas, any other insightful questions, buddy? Thanks for showing up, man. It does always make it feel a little less like a giant waste of time whenever there's at least somebody in the chat asking questions. I do know that people go and they watch these after the fact, so I don't think that nobody watches them. But I also haven't been streaming a lot recently. I want to get back into streaming, and so that would probably also help people like remember that the stream exists so that they come and listen to voter guide stuff. But anyways, all right. Well, if that's everything, thanks so much for watching, everybody. Thanks so much for being here, Tomas. I need to find the sample ballot and pre-fill it. Yeah, you can go to. So like if you just search here, Jefferson County election sample ballot, it'll be the very first result here, and you go into sample ballot, and it has all the sample ballots from the past as well, but it has your March Democratic primary sample ballot and your Republican sample ballot. So but yeah, thanks for watching, buddies. Thanks for being here, Tomas. And I'll see you on Friday. Tomas, did you see that Tiffany Perkins, who is running for the Texas State Board of Education, is going to be on the stream on Friday at 7 o'clock? So I highly recommend that you come back and check out Tiffany Perkins, because she's great, and her campaign is going really well. And her policy positions are very sound. So I like her a lot. And I'm excited to get to talk to her. Hopefully, we will have more than just you in the chat on Friday, so that she doesn't feel like it's an entire waste of her time. But yeah, thanks for being here. See you next time. Goodbye.